Challenger for several years. During his career, Brandon has raised show pigs and does still raise show pigs and show cattle. He is a graduate of Oklahoma State University, where he participated on the livestock judging team at OSU. Currently, he has two daughters that are involved in showing sheep and goats. We appreciate having Morgan here with us today, and also his wife Tara. He is currently going to be judging all of the species. Yesterday he did the swine and the cattle, and today we'll be doing the sheep and the goats. We'll start with the market lambs first, and then we will go to showmanship with the lambs, and then we will go into the market goats and do the showmanship there. And then this afternoon we hope to have the Grand Reserve Champion Drive down on the west side of the courthouse in front of the commercial bank and the Odeon Theater. It'll be something really different, really new. It's going to be exciting for these folks, and we'll see how it goes. So welcome to the 100th Annual Mason County Livestock Show and Expo. While we're waiting for the first class to come in here, I'd like to recognize some folks that have really helped a lot to put on this livestock show for us this year. On our livestock show board, our president, Cody Hatfield, vice president, Glenn Martin, secretary treasurer, Christy Lemberg, our directors, Colin Osborne, Walt Broyles, Dave Ince, Shannon Worrell, Josh Brooks, and Cody Eckert. Our ag science teachers, Casey Vestal, Jeremy Schisler, and our county extension agents, Sam Spradlin and Jessica Holbrook. These folks do contribute a lot with working with our youngsters all year long to prepare for this livestock show. All right, our first class to start the Market Lamb Show with today is our first class of Southdowns. We have 5 exhibitors entered in this Southdown class. Keegan Potter with a Southdown weighing 89 pounds. Slayton Nauman with a Southdown weighing 93 pounds. Keegan Potter also has another Southdown in this class weighing 104 pounds. Cash Potter with one weighing 112 pounds. And Leyland Lemberg with a Southdown weighing 113 pounds.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to the 100th anniversary of the Mason County Livestock Show. We've got a pen full of kiddos with some Southdown lambs. This is going to be our lightweight class, ranging from 89 pounds to 113 pounds. First young man you see here on the end in the green, looking at Mr. Slayton Nauman, followed by Keegan Potter. There we've got two Keegan Potters in here. So we got little brother showing one for us. Oh, no, Cash has one as well. Let me see. Oh, we got all the Potter kids in here. And then we got Zaylen Laneberg down here on the end. We're going to do a quick shout out real fast for our buckle sponsors for the lambs and the goats. So we've got the Grand Champion Market Lamb Buckle from Fredonia Peanut Company. The Grand Champion Market Lamb Banner, Jeff and Dorothy Grody. Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb Buckle, Jade Chiropractic. Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb Banner from the Jennings family. And as we get into Stock Show this afternoon, Showmanship this afternoon, we have a good sponsor of Stock Show Secrets that's doing all of our livestock showman buckles and awards. We get into the goats, Grand Champion Market Goat Buckle. We appreciate you, Joe David Yates and Associates. And then for the goat banner, 9 Bar Landing Cattle, Campbell Ranch, and Tim and Helen Dockel. Reserve Grand Champion Market Goat Buckle, 34 Garage. Reserve Grand Champion Market Goat Banner, Mason County Soil and Water Conservation District. And again, Showmanships will be sponsored by Stock Show Secrets. We appreciate you sponsoring, guys.
First call for medium weight Southdowns. First call.
Again, we've got Brandon Morgan in the ring here for us as our judge. Him and his wife visited us, and he'll start lining these kids up from 5th to 1st place.
Great way to start out our show, and a good class, but I think a class that's still rather placeable, and I think lines up relatively easy in my mind. There's a spot or two in here where you can make a decision, but I think that these two that lead off our class really surface to the top, and then I think when you study the young man's ewe lamb that wins, I think that one wins pretty handily. That's a ewe that just puts together a lot of things, and just in terms of her balance and the way she blends from front to rear, super good in terms of her lines, one that's really correct up on the top side of her skeleton. And then when you study her, she's one that's round through her center of her rib. She's one that's open through her chest floor, but yet her shoulders still laid in her neat, and she's tucked up where she needs to be. But maybe the most important thing about that ewe is when you get your hands on her, and she's easily in this class, she is the most expressive. She is the widest and the most powerful, not only from a muscle standpoint, but from a structural standpoint in terms of the center of her skeleton and the center of her rib. Young man's ewe lamb, that's going to be next there. I like this ewe just in terms of her basic build. That one's really good just from a structure standpoint, really good to the posture and to her hind leg and the way her hock is set in her. But that one is good in her lines. That one's elevated at the point of her shoulder. That one's round-bodied is good as well. Is she as neat and maybe tricked out up through her front end, or maybe as chiseled and wedged up top as the young man's ewe lamb that leads off her class? Maybe not, but I think that one's got some basic build. She's tall-fronted, she's sound and athletic, and still got plenty of muscle to go with it. A nice ewe lamb to be second. The third place ewe here, one that's big time in terms of frame and length and skeletal extension. I love that one, how she's made through the front third of her body, the way her shoulders laid in her chest floor is tucked up in her good. She reads to be the latest in her maturity pattern of any of them in class. I think where that ewe slides into a third spot for me is she just wants to flatten a little bit through the center of her skeleton. She doesn't open up with the power that we see the two ones that go out ahead of her, but man, I like her from the side just in terms of that extension, elevation, and the attractiveness that she offers. Real long-bodied ewe lamb that's stout at the ground. The one you appreciate this one here, she's really wide top and thick through her end. A ewe lamb that gets just a little bit off maybe in terms of her balance. Like to change her the way her shoulders constructed in her, just trying to tighten that up, pick her up on her chest floor a little bit in relation to her flank and just clean her up, change her there from a balance standpoint, and I think that really improves her. But that's a ewe lamb that's got a lot of width and a lot of power as well. Ewe lamb that comes in next, that one's rugged and stout at the ground and heavy bone and from that standpoint, and a ewe lamb that still offers some balance and some attractiveness up to the front third of her skeleton. I think she's the most immature and the furthest back from an age and a maturity standpoint today, and so she's a little bit narrower. She's a little bit flatter through the center of her skeleton in relation to the ones ahead of her, but a nice ewe lamb that I think could have a good future ahead of her. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Morgan. Placing in our first class of Southdown Market Lambs, fifth place awarded to Keegan Potter, fourth place exhibited by Cash Potter, third place lamb exhibited by Keegan Potter, second place red ribbon winner awarded to Thalen Lindbergh, and class winner awarded to Slayton Newman.
Our second class is Southdown Lambs. Our first exhibitor is Kimbria Broyles with a Southdown weighing 122 pounds. Haley Holbrook with a Southdown weighing 125 pounds. Alexis Moore with a Southdown weighing 126 pounds. And Seeley Broyles with a Southdown weighing 131 pounds.
While Mr. Morgan takes a look at these guys this morning, we want to go back into, this is our medium weights for our Southdown lambs. Again, we're ranging from 122 pounds to 131 pounds, classed by weight. We've got Kimbra Broyles, Haley Holbrook, Alexis Moore, and Seeley Broyles. He'll start pulling these lambs from fourth place to first here in a moment. But for those of y'all who do not know, we've started our sheep and goat show, of course, at 10 o'clock this morning. We're going to follow the sheep with the goats, and then we're going to do our grand champion drive on the square at 6 o'clock p.m. So once again, we'll pull all these animals back in, but we will not do our grand overall picks. And we'll pull them all up to the square this afternoon. We hope to see that guys there at 6 o'clock. If anybody can make it a little bit early, we'll be having a social hour from 4 to 6 at Gatling Gun Saloon. right there besides the pins that we have set up between the Odeon and the courthouse. So we hope to see you guys there.
Class 3 heavyweight Southdowns, please make your way to the holding area. Heavyweight Southdowns.
Nice, really nice class of Southdowns, and there's certainly not a bad one in the bunch. And I think that's what makes this difficult because you come to a show and you have a fourth place one in here, and you certainly wouldn't expect that one is going to be towards the bottom of the class because he's very high quality. And I think all four of these are very, very good. And so it's a testament not only to the kids and whoever's putting them together, but you're doing a very, very good job. I think the top two are interesting, and they're very different in kind, and it took me a little bit just to kind of really sort them out before I made up my mind. But I think this one that wins, he's got some unique pieces just in terms of when you get your hands on him. That one is massive just in terms of natural shape of muscle. He is super powerful up on the top side of his skeleton, works out into a great big hip, really round to the center of his body. I love the robustness that he offers. And then to go with it, that one's still elevated and runs uphill in the right direction. He's stout in terms of his features. Is he ideal? Maybe I'd like to drop him in his flank just a hair in relation to his chest floor today. I think you could change that and do that, and then maybe improve his balance just a little bit. thus being critical of one that offers a tremendous amount of good. Young ladies, ewe lamb that's going to be second. That one balances extremely good. When she gets that one cranked up and popped up, that one's shoulder is laid in it really, really neat. That one is super extended from her neck and her neck up. That one's good in her line. She's really square out of her hip. Ewe lamb that's still stout in her feature. That was deceiving to me. When I got my hands on her, I thought there was more to her than I thought initially when she walked in. She's bolder in her top line. She's definitely wider and really wide and thick across her loin edge. I think the differences is between that one and the one that went out. That one's not as robust and open to the center of her skeleton. She's not as more powerful to the center of her forerib, and certainly not as much hip and leg. But you got to like her balance. You got to like her look from the side and the extension that she offers. Now, ladies, one that comes in next, another one that you really appreciate the overall trendiness and the look that she gives you. Another one that really gives you neat terms in terms of muscle shape up high. One that squares up really good and powerful out of her dock. You that maybe wants to run downhill just a little bit for me. Maybe at times she kind of wants to get rocked forward, just gets a little bit lower fronted. I think it throws her balance off just a little bit, but being very critical of one that still offers very good. I think she just didn't balance up maybe as neat as the two that go out ahead of her. Another one that comes back in fourth. Again, I think balance is kind of what sorted that one in. That one's really powerful to the touch, and he's really got a lot of muscle and a lot of shape. He's stout in terms of his feature. That one wants to get a little bit shorter through his neck, a little bit rounder through his shoulder in relation to the ones that go out ahead of him. But that's a good one in terms of his handling qualities and where he's at. Congratulations on a very, very tough class.
Results for our second class of market lambs. In fourth place, Sealy Broyles. In third place, Alexis Moore. In second place, Haley Holbrook. And in first place, class winner, Cambria Broyles.
All right, now we're on to our heavyweights. So we're going to have two kiddos in this class, just the way they broke on the weights. And both of these lambs are going to be weighing 144 pounds. We've got Darlene Bierce and Kimbra Broyles.
In our third class of market lambs, we have a class of two. Darlene Virus has a Southdown weighing 144 pounds, and Cambria Broyles has a Southdown weighing 144 pounds.
So again, we hope to see you guys all up here, but we're going to start with the Southdowns. We're going to finish up on our Southdowns, and then we're going to follow up with fine wools and then crosses. So y'all hang in with us or come up here and check us out if you've got a kiddo coming up that you want to watch. But again, we're on the heavyweight Southdowns. Next, we're going to fine wools and then the crosses.
Another very good class, and I think a pair that sorts out, in my mind, a Weather that comes in that's really unique, and just in terms of his look from the side. That one's tall-fronted, long-bodied, really gives you a good shot from the profile there, of being just extended up through his front end and the way his shoulders laid in him. Very good in his lines, and then when you get your hands on him, he certainly doesn't disappoint you from a muscle standpoint. Really nice Weather to lead off. Young lady's Weather that's going to be second there. Another one that you appreciate in terms of his maturity and where he's at, the elevation and the frame size that he offers and the extension. One that's just a little bit narrower gauge. He's a little bit flatter through his center in relation to that class winner, but one that also offers some quality and some good. Congratulations on a very good class.
Results for our third class of Market Lambs. In second place, Darlene Virus. And in first place, class winner, Cambria Broyles.
The son is too. They called him Pledge. Because he used to live with like Hayden does. He's a kid, but he still lives here.
For our champion Southdown and reserve champion Southdown, first place from the first class, Slayton Nauman. First place from the second class, Cambria Broyles. And first place from the third class, also Cambria Broyles. Our second places from the first class is going to be Zaylin Lindbergh. Second place from the second class is going to be Haley Holbrook. And second place from the third class is Darlene Virus.
All right, guys. So we want to congratulate Mr. Slayton Nauman and the two lambs for Cambria Broyles. It looks like he's going to get this lamb caught, but this young man is a good showman. He's going to get this little lamb caught, and we'll get comfortable here, and we'll get these champions picked for the Southdowns.
First call for lightweight finals. First call, lightweight finals.
I guess as you would expect, coming to Mason, Texas, you would think the Southdown show is going to be pretty good, and it certainly doesn't disappoint you here. There's 6 really, really good individuals out here. I know we're not in a grand drive or anything, but it's very high quality, and there's a lot of these that could go on to another level and be very, very competitive, way beyond this. And I think when you look out here, they're all differing. You know, I talked yesterday, when I come to Mason, I said I wouldn't want to show a Hereford because I thought the Hereford-Heifer deal was really, really tough. Well, it's kind of the same way in this Southdowns. The water's pretty deep out here, and I think you have some very, very good individuals. I think it really just boils down to 2 in my mind, and taking it away from the rest of them because I think they're all good. But I think these first 2 up here on the line, on the front line, are awful, awful good. Like they're very differing in kind. But where you have to evaluate them, and I think there's little things that separate them. And we talked about the lightweight. That one is just in terms of her basic build. That one is really good. She squares up good. She's much moderate in her frame, but still goes uphill. She's wedged in her front end, one that squares up really good out of her hip. Young man does a really good job of getting everything out of her. Handles with plenty of shape, plenty of muscle there. Really impressive from that standpoint. I thought the one out of that second class there, and just in terms of natural shape and muscle, that one is super impressive. When you get your hands on him, that's where you can really appreciate that one. He is so blowed open behind his blade, and then he just busts open into a huge loin. He is so square where he transitions from loin edge to loin edge, and from there back, it's just really neat. And then he's really right or wound, really opened up to the center of his body. Still gives you a good look. I think those 2 are really good, and all of them are good. One that suits me the best is going to be the young lady in the middle. That'll be our champion. Young man down here in the lightweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations on a very tough breed.
Results for our champion Southdown and reserve champion Southdown. Our reserve champion Southdown is going to be exhibited by Slayton Nauman, and our champion Southdown is going to be exhibited by Cambria Broyles.
Good job, guys. Had a great group. So we're going to start working on bringing in our lightweight fine wools.
Group of market lambs to come into show will be our fine wool lambs, our first class of lightweight fine wools. We have 3 animals in this class. Riley Brown exhibiting a fine wool lamb weighing 108 pounds, Quattro Beatty with a fine wool weighing 111 pounds, and Lincoln Eckert exhibiting a fine wool market lamb weighing 115 pounds.
Just like last group, we break these up to where they're of like weight. So this first group's going to be 108 to 115 pounds, have 3 kiddos. Second class is going to have 5 kiddos in it from 125 to 131 pounds. And then our heavyweights will be 138 to 152 pounds. So we'll have 3 classes, 3 kids in this first class. We'll call them as they come in the gate.
While our exhibitors are bringing these animals into the show, I'd like to remind you a little bit of the schedule we have left for the county show. After we finished judging the market lambs, we will have the lamb showmanship, and then we will proceed into the goat show, and immediately following the goat show, we will have the goat showmanship. Then we will bring the breed champions or reserve champions back into the ring for the judge to evaluate them. He won't place them, but he will evaluate them, and then we will take these animals down to the square this afternoon, somewhere around 6 o'clock on the west side of the square between the courthouse and Commercial Bank and the Odeon. And at that time, we will have the grand and reserve grand drive for each of these species.
All right, so you've got closest to the right here on the screen is Quattro Beatty. We got Quattro's lamb weighing in at 111. Next, Miss Eckert, Lincoln Eckert, 115
Medium weight
pounds.
fine wools, please make your way to
Riley
the
Brown
holding
is
area.
there in
Medium
the
weight
pink
fine
shirt
wools.
and pink bow, and she's weighing 108 pounds. We'll see how Mr. Morgan wants to place these kiddos.
She's sending me the play-by-play. She got me this one to get her.
We start out our fine wool show, another good class, and I think a class that when you come in, you can certainly find one that sorts off in my mind, and I think that's a really good sheep. He's green today and immature, and I think his future's ahead of him. This next 45 days could be very, very good to see what he does, but that one is made right. The way his shoulders is, his chest floor is tucked in him, and that one offers a good shape of muscle up high. He squares up good out of his hip. That one's attractive, and in terms of his balance and the way he's proportional and comes everything together, I think he's a really nice sheep there to lead off our class. Young lady's ewe lamb that's going to be second. I like that one in terms of being bold to the center of her body. I think that one's got some shape of muscle on the top side of her skeleton. A ewe lamb that's thick when she gets in behind her. Maybe not quite as attractive in terms of where her shoulder is and her chest floor. Probably not as square out through her hip as our class-winning Weather. Young lady's ewe lamb that's going to be next there. Wanted to appreciate, or Weather, appreciate the balance and the design in that one. He just gives up the most in terms of muscle and thickness here today. Needs to be opened up more to the center of his body. Congratulations on a really good class.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. So it looks like we want to congratulate Quattro Brady on the first place fine wool in the lightweights, and we are going to.
Second place is awarded to Riley Brown, class winner, Quattro Brady.
Next, we're going to be bringing in our fine wool medium weights, 125 pounds to 131 pounds. Now we'll try to call these as they get to the gate.
In our fifth class of market lambs and our second class of fine wools, our exhibitors are Briley Brown with a fine wool weighing 125 pounds, Cambria Broyles with a fine wool weighing 127 pounds, Hadley Eckert with a fine wool weighing 127 pounds, Holden Eckert with a fine wool also weighing 127 pounds, and Jagger Eckert with a fine wool weighing 131 pounds.
First in the gate, it looks like we have Jackert Eckert, weighing 131 pounds, followed by Holden Eckert, weighing 127 pounds. Next, we've got Cambria Broyles, weighing 127 pounds as well, followed by, we got Hadley Eckert, 127 pounds, and on the end, we've got Miss Riley Brown again, weighing 125 pounds. Let's let Mr. Morgan get through this class. Again, guys, we'll be working through our lambs. Right now, we're in our medium weight fine wools. For those of you tuning in, next we'll be working on our crosses. We'll get our mediums and our heavies done. We'll come back in for our champion drive.
First call, heavyweight finals. First call, heavyweight finals.
While our judge is evaluating this class, I'd like to recognize some people that have contributed greatly to our show. Our Grand Champion Market Lamb buckle is donated by Fredonia Peanut Company. Our Grand Champion Market Lamb banner donated by Jeff and Dorothy Grody. The Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb buckle donated by Jade Chiropractic. Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb banner, the Jennings family, the Champion Junior Lamb Showman, the Champion Intermediate Lamb Showman, and the Champion Senior Lamb Showman, and the overall Champion Lamb Showman is donated by Stock Show Secrets. Be sure and thank these folks if you see them for what they do for our show.
Two Dorper Association members sitting, I mean, people sitting in my box when I came out of there. I had to go to the next year.
I bet you did.
Those crazy things happen.
I sold them, but the ones that did good. That, you know, that's what my dad's race walk. We take it out of the show.
Another very, very competitive class, and the young man sheep that leads off, I think one that you just really appreciate when you get your hands on that one. And just, I think that's where he just overpowers and his contemporaries in class. He's the squarest on the top side of his skeleton, working out of his blade. He's easily the widest and the freshest and correct in his loin, and the way it's laid in him transitions really smooth back to his hip. And when you study him through his leg and the top of his hip and his pin set, he is the most blowed open. He is the widest from that standpoint. And you still appreciate that one as he goes uphill. He's still extended through the front third of his body. A really nice sheep to lead off our class. I think the young man sheep that comes in second, that's the one that should strike your eye from these initial trio here, one that you like from the side. I think that one, that's why that one is so good in terms of his skeleton, and he's one that's really level in his top. I love the way his neck and his shoulders laid in him. His chest floor is tucked up really good in relation to his flank there and his underline. And I think that one just balances really good. I just like to put a notch more on that sheep just in terms of muscle and power. When I get my hands on him up high, I think of these initial three. Maybe he's the most vanilla in his muscle shape, particularly right through his loin. I just don't think he's quite as explosive there. But, man, he balances really good, one that looks really good from the side. Young lady's sheep that's going to be third, I think he kind of follows and mirrors our pattern of our class winner. Just in terms of his handling qualities, that one handles really good. Got a really big, wide, fresh loin in him. That one still is good in terms of the robustness and the roundness to the center of his skeleton. I like to change that one from a balance standpoint. I like to lengthen him through his neck, reconstructing there in his shoulder, and just shove his chest forward, his breastplate up in him just a little bit more for me. But I love the stoutness and the power that one offers. Young ladies that comes in next, another one, this one's another long-bodied, really good-looking one from the side, made really good through his neck and the way his shoulders in him. I think of this one, though, he just runs out of gas in terms of his forerib to the center of his skeleton. He needs to open up with more power. He, too, gets a little bit more flat and plain on the top side of his skeleton just in terms of muscle shape. The ewe lamb that's going to be fifth there, another tall-fronted, extended individual that's heavy bone and good stout in terms of her features. That one just gives up the most in terms of internal dimension. She gets to be the narrowest gauge when you study her from behind. Congratulations on a very competitive class.
Results for our fifth class of market lambs and our second class of fine bulls. In fifth place, Briley Brown. In fourth place, Hadley Eckert. In third place, Kimbria Broyles. In second place, Holden Eckert. In first place, class winner, Jagger Eckert.
Well, they're bringing in our third and final class of fine wool market lambs. I need to remind you exhibitors to be sure and fill out your sales slips. Turn them in. Be sure and fill out your sales slips, and also make sure that you get a picture with an animal back here on the backboard. They would like to make sure that we get your picture for the buyers. Our third class of fine wool market lambs, exhibitors in this class, Jagger Eckert with a lamb weighing 138 pounds, Hadley Eckert with a fine wool lamb weighing 142 pounds, Lincoln Eckert exhibiting a fine wool market lamb weighing 147 pounds, and Jagger Eckert also has a fine wool lamb weighing 152 pounds.
All right, guys, walking in the ring is our heavyweight fine wools. The winner of this class will go up against Mr. Quattro for the lightweight and Jagger Eckert for the medium weights. So first in the ring is Jagger Eckert with the fine wool weighing 138 pounds, followed by we got Brody showing. For Jagger, weighing 152 pounds. No, I'm sorry, weighing 138 pounds. Past him, we've got Hadley Eckert at 142 pounds, and then Lincoln. Nope, we got Lincoln weighing 140 147, and Hadley weighing 142 pounds. This will wrap up our fine wools, and we'll get our first place for our heavyweights, and we'll come back in for our champion drive.
Wilson family is a problem too. Did you know them?
Not really, but the names I knew. I had a heck of a Smith.
Very good friends with the Wilsons, and their daughter Kim played softball for the Canadians at the Olympics. I remember when I was a kid, I thought that was so cool. And I was like, not Kim was awesome.
We were literally playing at that time. I think put on 4,500 miles in 10 days.
They had everything around the barn and look it over. No internet stuff, none of that.
Oh, yeah, it was all, we went and looked at it. This Dane's cool like that. We sent him down here to Texas. Who are you? Your son's been by and seen me.
Oh, have you?
Haven't seen the daughter yet.
She's back there.
She'll show up the minute going by.
Yeah, she's in second class actually.
Feeling okay?
So far, so good.
And got Monday.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Hey, Shell.
Pretty good. I got it like yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I tried to call you about 3 times after I got home.
Ooh, I just
Then I left here last night to go up to Houston. Came back, got back to Lowe's while ago, 32.71 gallons. And
you did forget diesel.
I was low on diesel.
Oh, I'm down to like 40 miles off of my tank right now. I was like, I'll get it afterwards.
Mine showed about 53.
Yeah.
I don't think it tank over 53.
34, I think that's what your tank is.
I had maybe a gallon a third left.
I meant to fill a tank, but I just never did.
Mr. Morgan's trying to wrap this class up. He's got these 2 lambs of Mr. Jagger. We've got Roddy Brooks showing 1 for Mr. Jagger as well. We'll get this first and second place wrapped up, and then Jagger will have 2 coming back, and Quattro will have 1 coming back for the champion drive for fine wools.
And then they went up here.
I remember back when I was a kid, I had some 72 hip plates, like when we showed at Phoenix, those big pianinas.
Really close here on the top pair, and I see a pair of sheep, I think very differing in type. I see these 2 contrasting each other quite a bit. I think you have one that's maybe a little more powerful, a little more busted open, probably better in terms of rack shape. I think one that balances better. And I think you have to determine is there enough power and shape and what's this one to go on in it, or talk about the one that's really opened up. And I think this one offers plenty to him. I think he's one that's really neat from the side, one that's super good in the way his shoulder and his chest is laid in him, runs uphill. Well, the attractiveness, the balance in this one. And then when you handle him, he's plenty of rack here. Is he as explosive as the old one back there? No, there's plenty there. Where he's really good is back here in his loin edge. He's really long hind saddle, measures really good from his last rib back, and then when you just handle him, he transitions really good. He's opened up, the one that's just had that much muscle, then to go along with that balance and that attractiveness, that's what compels me to use that one. No doubt the one in second, that one is the widest from the center. That one's a blowed open, and he's really around in his skeleton. He's the biggest ribbed. He is the widest over his rack. There's easily that. I think that one, to me, if I'm going to be critical of him, though, in relation to that class winner, he wants to get a little bit deeper through his chest, a little shorter through his neck, maybe in relation to his flank there at times. Being critical of one there that offers a tremendous amount of good. Just don't think he balances quite as smoothly as our class winner, but a really good one in his own right to stand second. Young ladies, Lamb, excuse me, that's going to be, or Weather, excuse me, that's going to be next. One, you appreciate that one for his skeletal, his extension, and his length, one that's really tall fronted and runs uphill, and still balances neat, and the way his shoulders laid in him, she does a really good job of getting him squared up and showed and presented out here. That sheep to me that just wants to flatten up just in comparison to our class winner, particularly down through the hip and his lower leg there, but a nice sheep that balances really well. Young ladies, Weather that's going to be next here, kind of along the same lines. I thought that this pair was really close and wouldn't argue with you, kind of like on the top pair. If you wanted to switch that, this sheep, another one that's really good looking from the side, really tall fronted. He's extended, measures good, handles with some shape up high. I think that one's the flattest to his center and the flattest to his forerib. Maybe gives up the most when you study him from behind. But a good class here, competitive from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Thank you, Brandon. Placings in this final class of Final Market Lamb. Fourth place exhibited by Hadley Eckert. Third place exhibited by Lincoln Eckert. Second place Lamb exhibited by Jagger Eckert, and Jagger Eckert exhibiting and owning the first place Final Heavyweight Market Lamb. Our exhibitors now will be bringing back our first and second place fine wools in our lightweight class. First place belonged to Quattro Beatty. In our middleweight class, first place was exhibited by Jagger Eckert. And in our heavyweight class, Jagger also exhibited the first place lamb. Our second place lamb exhibited in the lightweight class by Briley Brown. In our middleweight class, Holden Eckert exhibiting the second place lamb, and Jagger Eckert having the second place lamb in the heavyweight class.
very good fine wool show as you would expect, and a really a nice set here from top to bottom. And again, as we talked about in other breeds and other species, I think a lot of these can go on and be very competitive at the next level and stand kind of in the same spots. I think there's some unique pieces out here, and they're not all cut out of the same mold or the same silhouette, but I think they're quality livestock, and livestock can be appreciated. That good ones come in different shapes and sizes. And so, not going back through and talking to every one of them, I think the two that sort out in my mind that are awful good, I think they're a little different in kind, but I think that we're really close in class. Wouldn't argue if you wanted to switch them today, but I think that's a really, really good pair. 2 out of our heavyweight class will be our champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Fine Wool exhibited by Jagger Eckert. Jagger also had the reserve champion Fine Wool out of the heavyweight classes.
Our 7th class of market lambs and our 1st class of crosses. Our exhibitors are Bronte Jennings with a 90-pound cross, Cash Potter with a 94-pound cross, Keegan Potter with a 102-pound cross, Henry Hills with a 107-pound cross, and Keegan Potter again with a 108-pound cross.
Got some stubborn. Well, she's my cousin.
Who read it?
All right, guys, we've got 5 classes of crosses. This class right here is ranging from 90 pounds to 108 pounds. We've got Bronte Jennings at 90 pounds, Cash Potter at 94 pounds, Keegan Potter at 102 pounds, Henry Hills, closest to us, is 107 pounds. Keegan Potter is at 108 pounds. This will be our lightweight cross. 5 classes total. This class and the next class has 5. Then we have 4 in the 3rd class, 3 in the 4th class, and 3 in the 5th class.
good class here as we head into our first class of crosses. And young lady that leads off this class, one that that ewe lamb should certainly catch your eye just from an attractiveness standpoint, and her build and her symmetry. That one squares up extremely good. I love the way she transitions from her neck into her blade there. Really good down the top side of her skeleton, and the way she's made out of her hip. A ewe that's really correct on her feet and legs. Then when I get my hands on her, she's as wide and as open to the center of her skeleton as anything in here. And I just think that's her balance and the way she blends from front to rear allows her to go ahead and lead off this class. The one that comes in second here, I think that one is probably as wide. That ewe is as wide and robust and as opened up as anything in class. She's not wanting to perform real well for the young man and kind of suck back, and she's not wanting to help herself. But when you set that ewe in motion, you really have to appreciate, and then when you get your hands on her, she's extremely wide and powerful up on the top side of her skeleton, really opened up and good from loin edge to loin edge and there on back. A ewe, maybe in relation to our class winner, wants to get a little bit lower set at the point of her shoulders, maybe not quite as neat and attractive to the lower part of her chest there as that class-winning ewe, but a really good ewe in her own right, commands a lot of quality. The ewe lamb that comes in third, that one's got the wildest pieces. If you're going to talk about the one that's out there and most extreme, that one does it. That one is extremely good in terms of her look from the side. That one is tall-fronted, crazy wild through her neck, extremely shapely just in terms of muscle. She wedges up front and gets wider as she goes back. That ewe just needs time on feed. I think that if you take her to maybe 30 days, 45 to 60 days on down the line, it could be a whole new ball game. But that one today, she's just a little greener, a little further back. But man, she's got some crazy wild pieces that you really have to appreciate. Young man coming in next, a ewe lamb that's really just pretty basic just in terms of her build, and that's a good thing. That one ewe is really good in terms of her feet and legs, a ewe lamb that you really have to appreciate the extension and the correctness that she offers, particularly to the front two-thirds of her skeleton. I'd like to change her maybe a little bit out of her hip. She wants to roll out of her dock just as hair for me, maybe just not quite as neat and have that wow factor in terms of that attractiveness that we see in maybe the third and the first place one in this class. Coming out next, here's another one that you really have to admire the handling qualities just in terms of sheer shape in this wether. He gets wider as he goes back to the top side of his hip. He's a wether that just wants to flatten up the most of the center of his skeleton. He gets to be the narrowest gauge when you study him going away. But a really good class. Way to good start out our Crossbreed show.
Results for our 7th class of Market Lambs. In 5th place, Cash Potter. In 4th place, Keegan Potter. In 3rd place, Bronte Jennings. In 2nd place, Henry Hills. In 1st place, class winner, Keegan Potter.
Exhibitors coming in the ring now for our 2nd class of Fine Wool Cross Market Lambs. Haley Holbrook exhibiting a lamb weighing 109 pounds. Briley Brown with a lamb weighing 109 pounds. Evie Hills with a lamb weighing 110 pounds. Holland Terrell with a lamb weighing 112 pounds. And Henry Hills with a lamb weighing 114 pounds.
All right, again, we're in Class 2 out of 20 total cross lambs. Closest to us, we got Briley Brown weighing 109. Next, Holland Terrell, 112 pounds. Haley Holbrook at 109 pounds. We got Henry Hills at 114 pounds. And then on the end, we've got Evie, I bet. Nope. Oh yeah, we've got Evie Hills at 110 pounds. Again, this is our medium light cross class number 2 out of 5 classes.
Really good class here, and I think there's a lot of mixed match here. I think there's a lot of sheep in here that are very differing in kind, and I think it's where a person wants to lay their priorities. I think when you look at this ewe lamb that wins, I think that's what their best when you study her when she came in the ring and goes in motion, and when you get her propped up there. I think that ewe's as powerful as any of them, and just in terms of natural width and skeletal dimension, that ewe gets really square up high and gets wider as she goes back. She's really good from stifle to stifle. A ewe that maybe not wanting to help herself, kind of like maybe we talked about in some other ones. She kind of wants to suck down there a little bit and not really show herself off. But I think that ewe still made good in terms of her balance. She's tall, running, stout in terms of her features, heavy bone, and really got a lot of muscle and shape to her. Ewe lamb that comes in behind her is probably made better through her shoulder. A ewe lamb that's maybe a little bit neater, more attractive up through her front end. A ewe lamb to me that doesn't disappoint you maybe in terms of shape and muscle, particularly over a rack. She's really good there. I don't think she's quite as good in her loin ends. I don't think she squares up as good out through her pin set as our class winner. I think she's a little bit flatter through her forerib, maybe not as round through the center of her skeleton as we see the ewe that leads off our class. The ewe lamb that comes in behind her is one I like for the extension. I like for the elevation there at the point of that one's shoulders. That one's stout at the ground in terms of her feature. That one to me just gets a little bit plainer. Maybe when you just start in terms of muscle shape, maybe not quite the expression up high. I think when you study that one down low and through her chest floor, when she or go away from you, she's easily the narrowest gauge of these initial three. The ones that comes out next are real long-bodied, attractive kind of sheep. Ewe that's tall-fronted. She's made neat in her shoulder. Her chest floor's like where you like it. And then you had a ewe that goes uphill and she's good in her lines. A ewe can be like the one in front of her, or that goes out in front of her. Just needs a shot more power, more dimension, particularly when you study her down through her hip and lower leg. She wants to flatten up there for me. The one that comes in next, kind of the same thing. A ewe lamb that's stout in terms of her bone and her foot, and you really like that. And shit, she's tall and big frame. That one gets maybe a little bit rounder out of her skeleton, particularly out of her hip. She too needs to open up with more dimension. Congratulations on a good class.
Thank you, Judge Morgan. Placings in our second class of Fine Wool Cross Market Lambs. Fifth place animal exhibited by Eva Hills. Fourth place exhibited by Haley Holbrook. Third place lamb was shown by Henry Hills. Second place red ribbon winner exhibited by Briley Brown. First place class winner exhibited by Holland Terrell.
Our ninth class of market lambs and our third class of crosses. Our exhibitors are Elsie Hills with a 120-pound cross, Lathan Atkinson with a 122-pound cross, Ruby Hills with a 122-pound cross, and Ruby Hills has another lamb in this class with a 123-pound cross.
Again, walking away here, Ruby's got two, and she's got this first one walking by, and her little brother Henry showing number two, followed by Mr. Atchison, Lathan, and then Elsie Hills has the heaviest one in this, or the lightest one in this class for 120 pounds, and they go up to 123 pounds. Pretty tight class in our medium weight cross.
good class here again. I think a ewe lamb, when you sort them out, I think this one just kind of surfaces in my mind a really attractive kind of female that goes uphill. A ewe is really expressive when you get your hands on her. Love the shape and dimension that she offers on the top side of her skeleton. Really good in terms of her loin edge. She's round to the center of her body, yet she's still good in her shoulders. She's tucked up in her flank. I thought she's a class winner that balances really well. Young man's ewe that comes into second, another one that doesn't disappoint you from a handling standpoint. A ewe lamb that's very expressive, that wedges up front and gets wider as she goes back. One that's still good on her feet and legs, maybe a little bit deeper, maybe sided and a little deeper ribbed there. Maybe not quite the attractiveness that we see in our class-winning ewe, but a nice ewe that stands second in this class. It's very fundamental. A ewe lamb that's going to be next, I like that one in terms of her balance. That one's the most outlier out there, just in terms of frame and extremeness, in terms of tall at the point of her shoulder. One that's very long body, super good through her chest and the way her neck is laid in her. A ewe to me that just gets a little bit flatter centered there, needs to open up with more dimension out to her hip and lower leg. And one that comes in next, kind of the same thing, maybe not quite as attractive, maybe not quite as extreme in terms of her makeup, but one that's still good in her lines, one that's still sound and functional. She too just needs more crisp power and shape to her when I get my hands on her. But a very good class from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Results for our 9th class of market lambs and our 3rd class of crosses. In 4th place, we have a lamb exhibited by Ruby Hills. In 3rd place, a lamb exhibited by Elsie Hills. In 2nd place, Lathan Atchison. In 1st place, class winner, Ruby Hills.
Exhibitors in our 3rd class of fine wool cross market lambs. Hudson Terrell with a market lamb weighing 130 pounds. Darlene Various with a lamb weighing 136 pounds. And Huck Geiswhite with a fine wool cross weighing 141 pounds.
All right, again, we're going to be doing our grand and reserves on the west side of the square at 6 o'clock p.m. tonight. We'd love to have you there if you can. So we are not going to do any grand and reserves, but we here in this ring, but we will have them, and they are set up. If you drive through town, you can see it now. We'll have all of our grand and reserve drives tonight at 6 o'clock. If you can, we've got a social hour at 4 o'clock from 4 to 6 at Gatling Gun Saloon over there at Keller's store. If you can join us, we'd love to have you over there. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll do our drives. Again, this is our 100-year anniversary, so we're trying to make it special. Back on the square where we had stock show 100 years ago. So we're trying to make this one special for the kiddos and for this group that works hard to put this stock show together. We are now on our medium heavy. These lambs weigh from 130 pounds to 141 pounds. On your right here, you got Mr. Terrell weighing at 130 pounds. Next, Miss Veeris, Darlene, at 136 pounds. And then Mr. Huck's Geiswhite weighing in at 141 pounds. So let's see how Mr. Brandon Morgan wants to place his class.
I think a class that lines up really easy in my mind and very, very comfortable with our winner that lays out. That's a ewe lamb that's really impressive when you get your hands on that one, and just the amount of shape and power that she offers. And to be that way, she still has some balance and some look to her. She's good in terms of her parallel lines when you study her chest floor in relation to the top side of her skeleton, how she transitions to her underline there. Shoulders still laid in her good. One that's really good in terms of stoutness of feature. Awful nice ewe to lead off our class. One that comes in second, probably bigger in her kind and reads later in her maturity pattern. Definitely taller at the point of her shoulders. A ewe that still make good in terms of her chest and the way her shoulders laid in her. That one to me just gets a little bit flatter through the center of her body. Wants to run out of shape through the lower part of her leg. She gets a little bit more refined in terms of her feature as well, in terms of her bone and foot size. The tallest, most extreme one in class is the one that comes in third. One that's really late in her pattern there, long-bodied, and one that's tall and elevated there. Still good and useful up through her chest and her shoulder. A ewe lamb to me just gets a little too narrow gauge, too flat through the center of her body. I like to see her handle with more power and shape up high as well. Congratulations to these kids.
Thanks again, Brandon, for judging this class. Placing in our fourth class of final market cross lambs. Third place exhibited by Darlene Various. Second place exhibited by Hudson Terrell. And class winner exhibited by Hux Geisweit.
In our 11th class of market lambs, Jagger Eckert has a cross weighing 146 pounds. Lathan Atchison has a cross weighing 149 pounds, and Holden Eckert has a cross weighing 165 pounds.
As you're looking from your right to left, we've got Holden Eckert at 165 pounds, followed by Lathan Atchison, 149 pounds, and Jagger Eckert at 146 pounds. This is going to wrap up our cross in our final class of heavyweights. We'll bring all these guys back in, pull our first place back in for our champion drive here in a moment. Let's see how Mr. Morgan places his class. Oh, and again, we appreciate Brandon Morgan coming, Oklahoma State graduate. Glad to have him in Mason County. Him and his wife have been visiting us for both days. He will be on the square today helping us with our grand draft. We are very blessed and lucky to have these people in our community helping judge our kiddos. So we're glad to have them here.
really good class here, and I think a class winner that sorts out pretty easy in my mind, and I think one that's awful good in terms of his own right. That one squares up good. One that's made really symmetrical in his design. You love the parallelism, again, that he offers from the top side of his skeleton in relation to his forerib and his underline. Everything just blends smoothly as you see as he transitions back, yet his shoulder's still good in him. But the most important thing is when you get your hands on that one, he's super good in terms of freshness on the top side here. Really expresses over his loin, gets wide as he goes back. He's powerful through his hip. A nice class winner. He gets closer here between second and third. Both little sheep probably could just use a shot more muscle, maybe a shot more down the lower part of their leg. I think this sheep of the pair, he gets to be more elevated. I think that sheep is a little better through his shoulder and the way his neck is laid in him. I think he's a little bit tighter through his chest floor than the young man sheep on the far side. Young man sheep on the far side, he's certainly bigger featured. He's heavier bone, bigger footed. He's wide centered, but a sheep that gets a little bit more relaxed in terms of his frame. He gets a little bit coarser and deeper up front in relation to you study him in his underline and his flank there. Maybe again, like him, like the one in front of him, just needs a shot more lower leg to go along with it. But a good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors here.
Results for our 11th class market lambs. In third place, Lathan Atchison. In second place, Holden Eckert. In first place, class winner, Jagger Eckert.
With those of you jumping on, we are about to do our overall champion for our cross class. So we had 5 classes, 20 kids total. We're going to bring the 5 first place and second place back in the ring and do our champion drive right now. We'll call these kids as they come in the ring. The best that I can make sure they've got, everybody just has one in this class. So I'll call them as they come in the ring and their weights, and we'll see what Mr. Brandon thinks about this class.
Next, we're going to pick our champion and reserve champion cross. From the first class, our class winner was Keegan Potter. Our second class, our class winner was Holland Terrell. Third class, Ruby Hills. Fourth class, Hux Geistwhite. In fifth class, Jagger Eckert. We're also going to bring out our second places from each of his classes. In the first class, we had Henry Hills as the second place. Second place on the second class is Bradley Brown. Third class is Lathan Atchison. Fourth class is Hudson Terrell. And fifth class is going to be Holden Eckert.
They did a good job lining these kiddos up. So you're looking at your first place from light to heavy. You've got Miss Keegan Potter all the way to the left of your screen on the front row. She's weighing in at 108 pounds, followed by Holland Terrell, 112 pounds. Ruby Hills, 123 pounds. Hux Geiswhite at 141 pounds. And then last is Jaggert Eckert there on the right-hand side of your screen at 146 pounds.
really good set of cross sheep here, and no doubt I'm not a good poker player. You can obviously see the two that I think it comes down to, and I think these two are very differing in kind. I think they're unique, and so I can tell you a little bit about my thoughts about them. Maybe you'll formulate your own opinion, but I think they're very close, and I think that it's maybe where a person wants to lay their priorities. I'll just tell you, talking about these two, and I know we got a lot to go for through the rest of the day and the evening, and so taking nothing away from the rest of them, really good set. I'm going to spend my time telling the audience here what I think about these two, because this is where I got to justify my decision. I think the sheep that wins this fourth class, that's a ewe lamb that's extremely powerful just in terms of her muscle shape. Really expressive up the top side of her skeleton. No doubt she's the most heaviest muscle sheep in the drive. Really expressive over a rack. She explodes into a great big hip. When you get your hands on her, she's really honest in terms of her composition. She's trim in terms of cutability. A sheep that's still round and open to the center of her skeleton. She's stout in terms of her features. She's not the biggest in her kind out here by any means, but I think she's certainly acceptable. And when I compare her back to my class winner in Class 5, is she a square and symmetrical in her design? Probably not. She wants to get a little bit rounder up through her shoulder, maybe a little deeper there at the point of her shoulder, at the apex there, but one that you really have to admire, the uniqueness of her handle, her rib shape, and then when you set her in motion, she really comes together well. Young man does an outstanding job of getting this one cranked up, and when he gets everything out of this one, and when you see this one set up, he is the picture of symmetry from the side. He is elevated at the point of his shoulders, his chest floor, and his underline is really parallel with the top side of his skeleton, and that's what makes his balance really good to me. Is he as heavy muscled as our fourth class winner? By no means. He's not as expressive up high, near as expressive as the class winner. Is he light muscled? No. He's wide and broad in terms of his muscle shape, maybe not quite the expression, but when he works out of his hip into really setting wide through his pins and he's wide out through the lower part of his leg, you really appreciate that one. I think what separates him from me is when I come in and I study him from this view and get right on top of him, the one that squares up, the one that looks balanced and proportional to me. Young man in their heavyweight class will be our champion. Young man out of the fourth class will be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results for our champion cross and reserve champion cross. Our reserve champion cross was exhibited by Hugs Geistweit, and our champion cross was exhibited by Jagger Eckert.
All right, guys, we're working our Dorpers up towards the gate. We have 12 kiddos in this Dorper. 3 classes total, it looks like. First class is going to be 3 kiddos between 90 and 96 pounds. We'll call those as they're coming in. If he doesn't hit them right at the gate, we'll tell you which one's which. But we are looking at our Dorper lightweight class coming up next, 90 to 96 pounds.
Our next group of market animals coming into the ring, our market lambs, will be our Dorper lambs. And our first class lightweight Dorpers, we have 3 classes in the Dorpers in our lightweight. Our exhibitors are Alexis Moore with a 90-pound lamb, Bodie Hamlicek with a 94-pound lamb, and Braxton Hamlicek with a 96-pound lamb.
We got all sorts of stuff to grab.
Come here, little one.
Oh, yes.
What's behind me?
We can dig it.
You like it?
Take root. Now we got 2. But they're in the out the door. Yeah.
And that's it.
For those of you not familiar with these kiddos, our kiddo leading this group is Bodie Halmachek in the front, followed by Alexis Moore. And in the red sweater is Braxton Halmachek.
Yeah, he mouthed at one point, "I hate this lamb," a second ago. It's like, we know. It's like you told us repeatedly. It's like, at least he didn't punch it. Busy.
He looks like me.
He does. Say, "Oh, I want to grab that mustache and it's going to hurt." What you think, kiddo?
Who are you?
This is Kyle Martin. This is my dad, Buster Terrell.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ignore you?
Who's offending you? We can't keep track. He likes a purple shell pocket. We may have to get one at home.
Yeah, get one of these.
Just cut off a 4x4 square.
No, you just
Yeah, but if we do, then he might end up wanting to go to GCU or LSU. We can't have that.
Here in our first class of Dorpers, the young lady leads off with the ewe lamb here. She's not the heaviest muscle one in here, but I think when it comes together, she's the best balance and the most attractive, and I think she offers the most quality from an eye attractiveness and an eye-appealing standpoint. The way she's made through her shoulder and her chest is still good in her top line. Her neck really transitions good and high up at the point of her shoulder comes out, and a ewe lamb that certainly doesn't disappoint you in terms of muscle shape. Young man coming out next, that is the most powerful one in terms of just shape and sheer muscle there, one that's really wide through the center of her body. A sheep that, to me, if you're going to be critical of her, maybe like to change her how she's constructed up in her shoulder and her hip as well, just wants to round out there just a little bit, but no doubt one that's very impressive off the handle. Young lady comes in next, another one that doesn't disappoint you just in terms of her muscle shape. Another sheep, to me, I'd like to improve it maybe in terms of her balance. I like the elevation that she offers at the front in terms of the height at the point of her shoulders. A sheep that just wants to roll out of her hip there, just like to change her from that standpoint and see her go a little looser on those rear two. But a nice shed here in our first class. Congratulations.
Placings in our first class of Dorper Market Lambs. Third place is awarded to Braxton Hamleshek. Second place exhibited by Bodie Hamleshek. And first place class winner exhibited by Alexis Moore.
Exhibitors in our second class of Dorpers and 13th class of Market Lambs. First exhibitor is Caleb Potter with the Dorper weighing 103 pounds. Keegan Potter with the Dorper weighing 107 pounds. Caleb Potter with the Dorper weighing 114 pounds. Keegan Potter has another lamb in this class weighing 114 pounds. And Celia Broyles with the Dorper weighing 117 pounds.
Lined up from your right to left is our medium weight Dorpers. So Keegan Potter is showing a 107-pound lamb. Behind Keegan, we've got, oh, someone showing for Keegan Potter and Caleb Potter. So we've got a few extra kids in here, and then we got Sealy Broyles there coming in at the end at 117 pounds. So this is our medium weights from 103 pounds to 117 pounds. Caleb Potter has 2 in this class, Keegan Potter has 2 in this class, and Sealy Broyles has 1 there in the black shirt.
Okay, I'll make a quick announcement right here. It's getting close to noon time. I know everybody up there is looking at the concession stand, but if you're ready for lunch, go ahead and help yourself, because the ladies over in the concession stand are working hard and they are ready to serve you this morning.
If you really want to see a good class of Dorpers, I'd say this is a class to watch. This one is deep. There's not a bad one in the bunch. These five, and I think anybody would be proud to take any of these home. And they're five ones that are very individually unique in their own makeup, and so these little things that separate them. You know, if you can go through here, and the first thing you can see that muscle is certainly not an issue with any of them, and so I think you have to sort past that. And when you sort past that, for me, I start sorting on balance and kind and structural design. And I think the one that blends the best for me in terms of just the way her shoulders laid in her, the one that squares up good in terms of her symmetry, is the young lady's ewe lamb that leads off here. That one is really good in terms of wedging up front. Her chest is laid in her good. She's flat in her blade. One that's really long-bodied. She squares up really neat there at the top of her hip. And then one that when she gets her cranked up, you just see how smooth she blends all together. I think she's the most attractive. She's the one that balances the best. I think she's the one that needs to lead off. The young man's ewe lamb that's going to be second there. That one has got some pieces that you really have to appreciate. The way that one's elevated there at the point of her shoulders. That one's got a great big square top in her. Of all of them in here, that one is the greenest and the most immature, and she's the furthest back of where she's at in terms of condition. But she certainly matches them in terms of shape and muscle up high. That one that's really square when she goes away in terms of thickness from behind. A sheep that's still round-bodied. I'd like to change her maybe out of her hip and hind leg and give her just a more correct set to her hock at times. When you see her from this standpoint, she wants to kind of get her back leg underneath her just a hair for me, but that's been critical of one that offers a tremendous amount of good. Young man sheep that comes in next, this one didn't want to help itself at all in terms of getting herself showed. She wanted to fight the young man, but that one squares up good. I like the symmetry in that one. I think that one is good in terms of her balance and the way she proportions. Is she as big in her kind? No, I don't think she is. I think when you talk about proportionality, she does blend together, but I just think of the initial three, she gives up the most in terms of coarseness up to her shoulder. She's probably the deepest in her chest floor of these initial three as well. The white ewe that comes in next, another one that extra long-bodied, extra good in terms of shape and muscle as well. That one too gets a little bit coarser and deeper up through her chest floor and through her front end. The young lady's sheep that comes in next, that one's kind of the outlier there. He's a big frame, long-bodied. The sheep that just gives up a little bit in terms of handle there. I don't think he's quite as firm down this top line. Maybe a little softer than the rest of them in terms of condition, but a really good class from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Results for our 13th class of market lambs. In 5th place, Sealy Broyles. In 4th place, Caleb Potter. In 3rd place, Caleb Potter. In 2nd place, Keegan Potter. And in 1st place, class winner, Keegan Potter.
In our final class of Dorper Market Lambs, we have 4 exhibitors in this class. Roan Moore exhibiting a lamb weighing 120 pounds. Kimbria Broyles with a lamb weighing 126 pounds. Brindley Hamlicek with a lamb weighing 133 pounds. And Sealy Broyles exhibiting a Dorper lamb weighing 136 pounds.
Young lady that leads off this class, one that's really impressive when you get your hands on this individual, super square and massive over the top side of his skeleton. He squares up good out of his hip. He's stout in terms of his structure, and yet when you study him, he's a little bit coarser and shorter through his neck, but I think when she gets him drove up, that one's still parallel. Everything blends together. He's certainly good balance. I think one that comes in second, one you really have to admire for being tall-fronted and extra long-bodied, a sheep that you appreciate the condition that he on him. He's really trimmed today. A sheep that certainly has good shape and muscle. I don't think he's as pulled apart to the center of his skeleton. I don't think he's as open through his chest floor as we see the one that goes out ahead of him at times. But I think you really have to appreciate the look that this one gives you, the extension up front, and one that's still tall and really elevated there at the point of his shoulders. The sheep that comes in behind them, another one that's extra long-bodied, and one that you appreciate that one for her straightness of line. She's correct out through the top of her hip. Another big-footed individual that's certainly good in terms of her feature. That one gets a little bit plainer in terms of her rack shape. Wants to flatten through her forerib a little bit for me in relation to the two that go out ahead of her. The ewe lamb that comes in behind her, one that's maybe getting a little bit past 12 o'clock just in terms of freshness and condition. But that's a big-bodied, stout one there that's wide and thick all the way through. Maybe just pushing a little bit more in terms of condition, what I deem to be ideal. Maybe not as attractive up through her shoulder and her front end as we see a few that go out ahead of her. But a good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Morgan. Placings in our final class of Dorper lambs. Fourth place exhibited by Brindley Hamachek. Third place exhibited by Roan Moore. Second place in our class exhibited by Sealy Broyles, and class winner exhibited by Cambria Broyles. We'll now bring in your first place and your second place animals in your Dorper classes to show for champion and reserve champion Dorper.
So first in the gate, our lightweight is Alexis Moore, weighing at 90 pounds, followed by Keegan Potter at 170 pounds.
First call,
and then
class
Cambria
one,
Broyles,
medium wool.
weighing in at 126 pounds. Let's see what Mr. Brandon thinks about our class, and we will get our champion of our Dorper lambs. After this, guys, we're moving to medium wools, and there'll be 21 kiddos in that class. We'll be done with our lamb show, except for the showmanship.
So we get in here and our Dorper breed and our drive here, and I think we have a good selection here for a champion in reserve, and I think it sorts down early between a pair of them out here from me that really come together. I think one maybe just a notch longer, more extended, maybe a little more better up through their front end in terms of the extension and the way their shoulders laid in them, and no doubt one that really powers up, that's really symmetrical in their design, really open to the center of their skeleton. I love the way this one's made out of their hip and their hind leg as it functions there together. But one to me, I think that thing's just really hard to get around. Our heavyweight's going to be our champion. Our middleweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Your champion Dorper lamb exhibited by Cambria Broyles, and your reserve champion exhibited by Keegan Potter. Congratulations.
All right, guys, getting set up for our medium wools. Got 5 classes and 21 kids. In our first class, we'll have 4 kiddos, a couple classes of 5, and back to 3, and then to 4. So 21 kids total in our medium wools. First class of 4 kiddos, ranging from 84 pounds to
Exhibitor now
108.
preparing to come into the ring for our final breed of market lambs for the 2025 show. This will be our medium wool lambs. We have 4 exhibitors in the first class. Leyland Lindbergh exhibiting a lamb weighing 84 pounds. Foya Martinez with a lamb weighing 91 pounds. Holland Terrell with a medium wool lamb weighing 104 pounds. And Hudson Terrell with a medium wool lamb weighing 108 pounds.
First in the gate, we got Zaylin Lambert, 84 pounds, followed by Sonia Martinez, 91 pounds, Holland Terrell, 104 pounds, and Hudson Terrell at 108, followed by sister at 104 pounds, Holland, right beside him.
Next class of medium wool, first call, that'd be class 16. First call, class 16, medium wool.
Good class to start out our medium wools in, and I think a really nice ewe lamb to lead off. That one really put some good things together. She's still green and immature, but man, she's balanced up and really comes together in terms of a smooth package. One that's tall fronted, one that's extended. She's made really good in her top line. You get your hands on that one, and she's super expressive up the top side of her skeleton and just gets wider as she goes back. I think that ewe lamb, more to the time that time is on her side, and the longer she stays, the better that she's going to get. Young ladies, that's going to be next. Another one that kind of similar in terms of that elevation up front. That one's really neat in terms of extension there, and she doesn't disappoint you maybe in terms of muscle shape as well. I don't think she's as bold and round to her forerib. I don't think she's as good and as powerful to the lower part of her leg in terms of shape and muscle that we've seen our class winner, but that's a nice ewe lamb that's tall fronted, good balance. Another one, I think the longer she stays on feed, the better that she's going to get. As I move into our next sheep here, our third place lamb is one that's still stout through his chest floor. That one she's wide and open to the center of her body. It has some thickness when you get out from behind her. That sheep, just from her balance standpoint, concerns me, particularly from her shoulder forward. She wants to get a little bit lower there. She ties in a little lower and kind of a U-neck, for lack of a better term. Just like to change her from that standpoint and from her balance, and then she can certainly get more competitive in this class. The sheep that comes in behind her is one that you appreciate for the overall balance and the extension through that one's front end, and her shoulder's still good, and a sheep that's still straight in her line. She's correct out of her hip. She's the furthest back probably in terms of maturity and where she's at today. She gives up the most in terms of internal dimension. Just like to stouten her up all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results for our 13th class of market lamb, or pardon me, our 15th class of market lambs. Fourth place, Zoila Martinez. In third place, Hudson Terrell. In second place, Holland Terrell. In first place, class winner, Zaylen Lindberg. Exhibitors in our 13th class of market lambs. Our first exhibitor is Bronte Jennings with a medium wool weighing 113 pounds. Hux Gashwat with a medium wool weighing 116 pounds. Case Autry having a medium wool weighing 117 pounds. Bronte Jennings has another lamb in this class weighing 117 pounds. And Skylar Van Den Berg with a medium wool weighing 118 pounds.
First call, class 17. That'd be a third class of medium oils. First call, class 17, which is your third class of the medium oils.
Again, we're working on our second class of medium wool lambs. 21 kiddos total. So this is our medium light. We've got 5 in this class, ranging from 113 pounds to 118 pounds.
Good class here. There's not a bad sheep in this drive. You know, when we talk about them, just depth from top to bottom, this is as good a class that we see just in terms of sheer quality, I think. The young man's ewe lamb that leads off, I think leads off pretty handily in my mind. I think that one is, when you get your hands on that one or just get down on top of her and you study her, she is just so robust in her skeleton, and she is so busted open up high, just gets wider as she goes back. Young man does a great job of getting her cranked up there. She's round in her skeleton, but yet she's still made good in her shoulder. Her shoulder's laid in neat. Her chest floor's tucked up in her. She's good in terms of her feature and her structure and her bone. I think a really nice ewe lamb to lead off our class. Young man's ewe that comes in next, I like that one a lot, just in terms of the elevation there at the point of her shoulders. That ewe is really unique up to her front end and the way she's made there. She's super flat in her blade. I think that one, when you study her, I love the shape to her rack. I don't think that she handles good all the way back. I don't know if she's as round through the center of her skeleton. I don't know if she's as good on her hind leg as I see our class winner that is, but that's one that still handles really good. She gives you a really neat silhouette from the side. Young man's ewe lamb that comes in next, want to appreciate the muscle shape again in that one as well. That one to me, when you study her in relation to the two that go out ahead of her, she's a little plainer up through her blade. She's a little bit more refined in terms of her bone and foot. Just don't see maybe quite the wow factor that we saw in the two that go out ahead of her. But then one that's a basic build and round-bodied and has the good things in terms of muscle and shape, and she's structurally correct. That is, just doesn't balance and maybe not as attractive as we see the two that go out ahead of her. Ewe lamb here that's certainly not one to help herself out with this young lady, but she does a good job of staying in there, and that's certainly what it's all about. That ewe handles with good shape and muscle, a ewe that's really long-bodied, a ewe that maybe not as pulled apart through through her center of her body. She flattens up a little bit in her lower leg in relation to some of the ones that go out ahead of her. Another really good, attractive profiling ewe lamb on the far side, big frame, long-bodied, a sheep that handles with plenty of shape up high. I think when you work from your hip back, that one wants to narrow up through her pin set. She flattens up the most through her lower leg. But a really good class, very competitive from top to bottom. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results for our 16th class of market lambs. In 5th place, Case Autry. In 4th place, Skylar Van Den Berg. In 3rd place, Bronte Jennings. In 2nd place, Hux Geistweit. And in 1st place, class winner, Bronte Jennings.
All right, guys, we're bringing in our medium
Exhibitors in our third class of medium wool market lambs. Roan Moore exhibiting a lamb weighing 121 pounds. Kane Autry with a lamb weighing 125 pounds. Hux Geistweit exhibiting a lamb weighing 125 pounds. Case Autry with a medium wool lamb weighing 128 pounds. And Rodell Gomez Jr. with a lamb weighing 130 pounds.
As you go from
First
right to
call,
left,
Class 18 medium wool.
as you go from right to left in this class, first we got Rodell Gomez Jr. weighing at 130 pounds. You got Roan Moore weighing at 121 pounds. I've got Kane Autry, 125 pounds. Next, we've got brother Case Autry weighing in at 128 pounds. And then going to Hux Geistweit, 125 pounds. Let's see how Mr. Moore thinks about this class. Mr. Morgan, I apologize.
Nice pair of sheep here as we work up in the top end of this class, and I think the young man's ewe lamb that leads off. I think when you just study her and how her balance, that she comes together, one that does it just a little smoother package to me than the young man's second place Weather. I think the sheep, that one that's really impressive in terms of her handling qualities, one that gets really wide and set through her loin. She blows out into a great big hip and leg. A sheep that's really round through her ribs. She's made good through her shoulder. I think they're just a really nice ewe lamb to lead off. The young man's Weather in second here, really heavy muscle. You can see just from the outside in, that rack jumps up there. He's really square out through his hip. A lot of dimension when you get in from behind him. If I could just reconstruct him a little bit through his shoulder and his blade there just a little bit and make him just a notch smoother from that standpoint, he really rivals our class winner even more than a nice sheep to stand second. Young man's ewe lamb here that's going to be next. One of the taller fronted sheep in class and one that's a little longer bodied. A sheep, too, when you study her in terms of a muscling standpoint, I like the width across her loin. I like the thickness when you get in from behind. So when I study her down low and through her forerib and through her chest floor, she just wants to narrow up just a little bit for me in relation to the two that come out of next to her. Young man's Weather that's going to be next. One that's really long bodied. He's heavy structured. He's big footed, and you like that about him and his features. He squares up good down his top. One that you appreciate the levelness, the correctness that he offers. Again, when I want to get in on him and be critical of him, I like to just open him up and set him wider at his pins, give him a shot more down through the lower part of his leg. A lot of that can be said for the ewe lamb that comes in behind him, a taller fronted ewe lamb that's got some feature and some bone underneath her. She gets a little deeper in her breastplate and her chest, and one that needs to open up with just a little more structural width all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Placings in this class of medium wool market lambs. Fifth place is awarded to Rodel Gomez Jr. Fourth place lamb exhibited by Case Autry. Third place exhibited by Roan Moore. Second place lamb exhibited by Kane Autry. And class winner exhibited by Hux Geiswhite.
Exhibitors in our 18th class of market lambs with a medium wool weighing 134 pounds, Slayton Nauman. With a medium wool weighing 139 pounds, Kane Autry. And with a medium wool weighing 141 pounds, Rodel Gomez Jr.
First call, Class 19 medium wools. First call, Class 19 medium wools.
Once again, we're in our fourth class of medium wool. We've got 3 kiddos in this class, 4 more in the next class. Slayton Nauman, weighing 134 pounds. Kane Autry, In the middle, weighing 139 pounds, and Rodel Gomez Jr. with the lamb weighing 141 pounds. Looks like Mr. Rodel Gomez was going to be our third place. Kane Autry second place, with Mr. Slayton as our champion, or our first place winner in this class. We'll see what Mr. Brandon Morgan has to say.
Great class here, and I think a class that sorts out pretty easy in my mind, and I find one that wins and runs pretty handily. That was a unique individual. I think that when you talk about balance and one that just blends from what I've talked about, that one does it. There's no chest, there's no shoulder in that one, and the way she wedges up, and then she just explodes back into a round rib cage. Great big top. She squares up good out of her hip. One that's really neat in terms of she's good on her feet and legs, and just doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on her. There's explosion there, the freshness, the squareness that she offers. Really nice ewe lamb to lead off our class. Second place is certainly no slouch in his own right. That one's a big time and a big length, the body, heavy bone. He's big-footed. He's good in terms of his width and structure. That one's wide up top. He's really thick when square when you get in and study him from behind. Is he as attractive in terms of his front 1/3 and the way his shoulder and his chest is laid in him in relation to that class winner? No, and that's where he comes into that second spot. But that's a sheep that certainly has some quality about him. Young man's ewe lamb that's going to be next. Another one that's wide and ribbed. He got some width and to her skeleton. She's got some muscle shape up high. She, like the one in front of her, maybe just not quite as attractive up through her shoulder. Wants to get a little shorter through her neck, a little bit more refined in her features, but a nice ewe lamb to be third. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results for our 18th class of market lambs. In third place, Rodel Gomez Jr. Our second place, Kane Autry. In first place, class winner, Slayton Ahman.
That's it. All right, guys, so we're coming to our last and final medium wool. This is our heavyweights. They're going to be from 147 to 165 pounds. We'll call them as they come in, if they're out of order from what Mr. Will tells us.
Exhibitors in our final class of market lambs for the 2025 100th anniversary of the Mason Livestock Show. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. Bronk Jennings with a medium wool lamb weighing 147 pounds. Roddy Brooks has 2 lambs in this class, one weighing 155 pounds, another one weighing 160 pounds, and Case Autry with a medium wool lamb weighing 165 pounds.
In this class, Bronk Jennings has our lightest lamb at the end here at 147. Roddy Brooks has the 2 mediums, one being showed by Miss Potter, 155 pounds and 160 pounds. And then Case Autry there, second to last in the lineup, is our 165-pound lamb. This is the last heavyweight class in our medium wools, and then we'll do our championship drive for our medium wools following this Mr. Morgan's decision.
another very good class, and I think we get in this top end and really nice pair of sheep that are a little different in kind. I think the young man's weather, though, to me, squares up better. To me, he's more symmetrical when you study his lines and his angles. One that's elevated the point of his shoulders, super flat through his blade there, and his chest just like where you like it. And then when you get your hands on him, there's a big rack in him. He gets wider as he goes back. Maybe doesn't transition quite as smoothly from his loin edge back to his hip as our second place ewe lamb there, but it's still a sheep that still is handles with a good deep and wide and fresh loin, and then he's really thick and powerful when you study him from behind. But it's his balance and his symmetry that probably leads him off in this class. Young ewe lamb that's in second, that's the biggest topped one in the class, and that one's the freshest in her loin, really explosive up high, really wide and set through her pins. I just think that one gets a little bit plainer maybe in her look, maybe not quite as tucked up through her chest, maybe not quite as powerful down low through the lower part of her leg as our class winner, but that's still a really good ewe lamb that offers a tremendous amount of quality. Young ladies, whether that's going to be third, he's stout featured, he's powerful at the ground, and just in terms of his bone and his foot, that one's still wide topped and he's thick ended. He's got some roundness to the center of his skeleton. That one gets a little bit heavier up through his front end. I'd like to just, maybe not his shoulder still lays in him good. He just wants to get deeper in his chest floor in relation to his flank. Just like to change that, and from a balance standpoint, maybe lengthen him out in his neck to certainly make him more competitive in this class. The ewe lamb that's going to be next, that's going to be next, a taller fronted, longer bodied individual, and you really have to appreciate the maturity that he offers. One that still, he doesn't disappoint you from a muscling and a handling standpoint. He gets a little bit coarser up front. I think he flattens up a little bit through the center of his body, and as we work her down through his chest floor in relation to the ones that go out ahead of him. But a good class, competitive all the way through. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you again, Judge Morgan. Placings in our final class of medium wool market lambs. Fourth place exhibited by Case Autry. Third place animal owned by Roddy Brooks. Second place animal exhibited by Bront Jennings. And the first place class winner exhibited by Roddy Brooks.
All right, guys, we've wrapped up all the medium wools. Every class winner will be back in the ring here shortly. While we're waiting on that, let's take a look at our schedule for the rest of the day. Of course, after the sheep show, we're going to move straight into the goat show. And then after that, we will be doing our showmanship, of course. So we'll do our sheep showmanship after this, and then we'll do our goat showmanship after the goat show. Then we have our grand champion drive on the square tonight at 6 o'clock. Please join us for that. If you can't make it, we will be broadcasting live to the best of our ability. If you can, we've got a social hour too from 4 to 6 at the Gatling Gun Saloon. So we'll be out on the square anywhere around 4 o'clock all the way to 6 o'clock. We hope to see you there. Come to our social hour at Gatling Gun. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll do our grand drive on the square. And we are bringing you back now to our medium wools. We got Zaylen Laneberg at the lightest weight at 84 pounds. Bront Jennings, 113 pounds. Hux Geiswhite, 125-pound medium wool. Slayton Nauman, 134 pounds.
Coming in
Roddy
the ring
Brooks,
now
155
to,
pounds.
Show for our champion and reserve champion of our medium wool market lambs. First place winner in Class 1, Zaylen Limberg. First place winner in Class 2, Bront Jennings. In third class, exhibitor Hux Geiswhite. And in our fourth class, Slayton Nauman. And the winner of the fifth class, Roddy Brooks. Exhibitors with our second place lambs in their class. In the first class, lightweight. Second place, Holland Terrell. Second class exhibited by Hux Geiswhite. In our third class, second place lamb was exhibited by Kane Autry. In our fourth class, the exhibitor was Kane Autry again. And in our last class, the exhibitor Bront Jennings.
Junior Sheep Showmanship, grades K through 3. Please report to the staging area.
Been a very, very good medium wool show, as you would expect, and we get these 10 individuals back here in the ring, and they're all very, very good in terms of quality, and we have some differences here and just a maturity and where they're at. And so I think it really just, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, I think that you could justify using several of these and certainly not sound foolish doing it. I think the winner kind of stands out in my mind. I think that one's very, very unique. I think it gets really close for reserve, and I think it comes down between 3 of them for a reserve champion. This time, if you'll help me congratulate our winners. Our champion's going to be the young man here that's leading out. He's going to have our champion medium wool. For reserve, I like the young man out of Class 2. Congratulations to him.
Our champion medium wool exhibited by Slayton Alman, and our reserve champion medium wool exhibited by Bronk Jennings. A reminder to you kids that Judge Morgan is going to bring back the champion in reserves in each breed here in a moment. He will evaluate these animals and then to make the selections tonight for Grand and Reserve Champion Lamb of the show. Immediately following the evaluation of these market lambs, we will begin with our showmanship show for the sheep show. A reminder to you exhibitors, be sure and fill out a sales slip. Be sure and get your picture taken for the sale also. We've got to have these sales slips. If you don't turn a sales slip in, then you're put to the end of the sale. You go to exhibitors, let's be ready to show as soon as we finish with the showmanship for the market lambs. We're going to move right into the goat show because once it's completed, we'll do the showmanship for our goats, and then they will be loading up the champions and reserves and getting ready to take them downtown. So a lot of things going on this afternoon for the 100th anniversary of the Mason County Show and Expo.
Busy.
My boss did it. Moxie burns it and shuts it down. It's funny because Boston likes to play 24/7 judgment. Moxie gets tired. He'll get mad at her. If she makes too much noise, he'll scold her. It's the funniest thing to watch a dog hurt another dog.
Got it in.
He tolerates her for a while, but after a while he gets sick of her and shuts her down. Dashing on the digs everything. It's always searching for moles or gophers or
exhibitors coming in the ring now. Exhibitor of the champion Southdown, Kimbria Broyles. Reserve champion Southdown was exhibited by Slayton Nauman. Our champion Fine Wool, exhibited by Jagger Eckert. Jagger also had the reserve champion Fine Wool. Our champion Cross, exhibited by Jagger Eckert, and our reserve champion Cross, exhibited by Hux Geiswhite. Champion Dorper was exhibited by Kimbria Broyles, and the reserve champion Dorper was exhibited by Keegan Potter. And our champion wool drive, medium wool drive, our champion was Slayton Nauman, and reserve champion Bront Jennings.
Little tiny, tiny ones. When I was a kid, they still carved it out the back end. They use.
This is the second call for junior sheep showmanship, grades K through 3. Second call, junior sheep showmanship, grades K through 3.
Look at the front end. I'll keep my comments brief because I know we have a lot more to go through, and we'll select our champion here tonight. I think two things that you can take out of the sheep show here that I gather out of it. One, it's a very, very competitive county, and the quality of sheep are bar none extremely good. I mean, from top to bottom, every breed that we've had in here that's lined up have been extremely good. I mean, in classes that they go, there's 5 in a class, and there's 5 quality animals all the way through. That's a testament to the community and to these kids and to these breeders and ag teachers and extension agents that's helping them. Very, very good job. Let's put our hands together for all the sheep exhibitors here today. The other thing that I learned is I see out here, and there's a lot of little boys out here showing, and some of them have taken a beating from these sheep, and they jump right up and get right after it. Any of these little guys that have sisters, I feel sorry for some people on down the line because they look like there's going to be some tough individuals as much as they've taken a beating from these sheep, and they get up and they go at it. So very, very good. I've been very, very pleased with what we have. The sportsmanship, the quality of kids that we've had out here have been second to none. Good luck to all you guys tonight. Congratulations on a great day.
Thank you again, Brandon. We appreciate the comments you've made for with these kids and the kids that have worked with you. And we're kind of proud of our kids here in Mesa. We think they do a great job. We've got some quality kids and quality parents. We'll prepare to move into our showmanship, and for our showmanship of our sheep, and then we will move into our market goat show.
Check, check, check.
Okay, y'all go hot.
right over by the bleachers. We'll be right back. Hey guys, thank y'all for joining in again on our 100-year anniversary of the stock show. I've got Steve McGowan here. Wanted to take a minute to just let him highlight our showmanship and tell us a little bit more about showmanship and what it means to him. We were talking, we can't even remember how many years we've been kind of helping with this program, right?
That is correct. It's been several. I know that.
I love it, but he's definitely in it, cares about these kiddos and the kids. So in this situation with showmanship, we care more about what the kids are, how much time they put into their animals, what they've done, than we care about the animals themselves. So tell us a little bit about why this is so important to you.
It's important to me for several reasons, but it's important to me in this county. This is kind of ground center for competitive livestock and has been for many years. And showmanship really is one of the it levels the playing field from the standpoint. It doesn't really matter what breeder you know or don't know, or what kind of help you get from whomever your friends may be. And with all the really highly competitive people, there was a big separation between the kids that did a nice job and the kids that had the great animals. And there was an opportunity to be able to recognize the showmanship side of the equation. And so we just jumped in, offered to support the showmanship contest, and here we are all these years later.
I love it. No, and we really appreciate it. Can you tell us a little bit about the judge and where she came from and how you found her?
I sure can. Her name's Raylyn Heffelfinger. She was actually scheduled to sort showmanship in 2020 when her name was Raylyn Thompson. And not that she had COVID, but she probably had COVID before they knew what COVID was. So she had to postpone. She actually has judged a couple of national showmanship contests around the country, and which she had not done in 2020. And interestingly enough, she would happen to be the wife of one of the gentlemen that covers sales for us. So I've known her a very long time. She is an outstanding young lady.
And then it sounds like he's in the judging world as well. He's at a different show right now.
He is sorting sheep today in the county south of us, and he also has sorted several national shows and even more state-level shows. So they're both really talented when it comes to evaluation.
Very good. Kyle's going to switch you over so we don't miss these babies showing. But tell us a little bit about what you do in our town. So you're also in the stock show world. I've been in that industry for quite some time now. Tell us what you do there.
Yeah, I've been in the stock show business, if you will, for 5 or 6 years. We have a company that we literally focus on supplements for show animals. So all these children, I shouldn't say all, but many of these children that are out here right now, they're our customers at the end of the day. Our world headquarters is in Mason, America, and we are a national company, border to border, coast to coast. As a matter of fact, if I look a little tired, and if I don't know how, I literally was working Arizona National in Phoenix, and I left there early to be able to make it back to this county show. But we supply products all around the country, have, 5,000 plus retailers around the country. And at the end of the day, this is, it's a passion. The industry's a passion. It's one of those few industries or things that parents can raise their children in, that if the parents and the children do things to the best of their ability, the parents are actually raising children who are going to be better parents than they are to their own. And at the end of the day, selflessly, I don't know of a parent that shouldn't strive for that.
Oh, I love it. No, and that's what he's here for, guys. He's here because we know how important this is. We wanted to get these kids out here. We wanted to learn about agriculture, work with their parents, and get better every year. So as we watch these kids, we've got 3 classes. So we're starting with the juniors now. So we've got K through 3rd grade, right? Then we go to our intermediate. Then we go to our seniors. So what are you giving these babies for winning, for working so hard in these shows? How does that work?
Well, what we have done and what we proposed, and we really haven't changed it at all since we started this. So they will sort by age group, and then whoever wins each of the 3 age groups for every species, they're going to get a championship buckle for winning their division, and then they bring the 3 division champions out to select a champion for the species. And what we do is we give a another buckle for winning the specie, and then the I guess the cherry on the top of the cake is each specie champion will get a $1,000 scholarship towards whatever further education that they want to pursue after they graduate. And the interesting thing that we do with that is once they win it, so for example, we're watching the sheep right now, whoever wins the sheep showmanship and gets the $1,000 scholarship, they can't come back to get another $1,000 next year. So it's one and done. Some of the kids, the really talented ones, they've come at it from a different species.
Yes.
And we've had several that have won more than one species. But that just goes to show you, the kids that are raised in this and do it well, they figure out skills that takes them further in life as an adult.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so these babies are at home, they're working hard, and he recognizes that. So we want to take time to tell Steve thank you. Hold on, we'll let Judge talk real fast.
The competition is deep, and they have done an exceptional job. This might be one of the deepest younger divisions that we saw the last 2 days. I think there's a few that stand out in terms of just having good posture, trying to set the feet, especially at this young age. I think from there's one that really stands out. He set his feet, done a good job in terms of head and neck placement. Young man in the green is going to win.
As we wrap up these
champion
juniors, we just wanted to
junior
tell
exhibitor.
you thank you so much for what you do in our community, just not on the industry side and what you do in our community, but what you do for these kids. You're talking about 4 belt buckles per species, $1,000 scholarships per species. This isn't lightweight stuff. You're really pouring it into these kiddos, and we really do appreciate you, and I hope you understand that.
I'm thrilled. First, I'm thrilled that we can. Second of all, I'm happy to. This is home.
Yes, sir.
We take care of our own.
Yes, sir. Yep, we appreciate you, Steve. Thank you very much for being with us, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Exhibitors coming into the ring now are a group of intermediates exhibitors, and they are exhibitors from the 4th through 8th grade.
So do you still live up there?
No, I'll be.
Or you live down here? What brought you to Mason?
My wife.
This is the first call for senior sheep showmanship.
you charge cycles.
Yeah,
Did you?
yeah. Them guys was all, they were still agents and stuff when I first came down here. When I came down, old guys, they loved to give me a hard time here in Oklahoma. I just sat back and listened, and I learned a lot from them guys. Big John Kearney. Now, I think he passed away. Yeah, he was in the heart of doing all those announcements, sheep and goats. Every show I seen like around hired him to be the announcer since he was there. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Bob was never short on, still is never short on confidence. A lot of people, some people didn't like him because he was too arrogant. He was another one. I just sat there and I learned a lot from him. He was good for me. Yeah. He's still alive. Once in a while, we have an alumni thing.
I think this class gets a little tougher just in terms of there's not one that does everything perfect, which is totally fine. So from there, I kind of got to sort on personal preference. For me, the two that come to mind is the young man on the end and the young lady in the black shirt. I think from there, you got to think about consistency and in terms of who has their feet set up the quickest and the best. I think the young man does a really good job in terms of eye contact and intensity. That's where I'd like to see the girl in the black do a little bit better at. But feet placement wise, if she's got her sheep set up a little bit better, she's going to win today.
Your champion intermediate showmanship goes to Sealy Broyles. Congratulations.
All right, guys, again, just a reminder, we'd love to see everyone out on the square at 6 o'clock tonight for the grand drive. We're going to do our best to keep this live for the rest of the afternoon. So if we can have you there, that'd be great. But again, 6 o'clock tonight, tune back in or join us on the square. We're also going to be there a little early, about 4 o'clock. We'll get to the Gatling Gun Saloon, have a little social hour and hang out, get to see each other and get this set up. So you want to get there early. Parking might be a little challenging in the area, so be patient with us and start showing up a little bit early. Again, this afternoon, we're going to start on the goats, and then we're about to finish our showmanship, of course, with the sheep. So we're starting our seniors right now. Then we'll move into the overall showmanship. Then we're immediately going to start the goat show after that, goat showmanship, and then, of course, 6 o'clock tonight on the square. Hope to see everybody there. Tomorrow we're going to do the Ag Mechanics show, 9 o'clock in the morning, and then come back and see us at 4 o'clock for the buyer's reception. And the general store. The general store is where these kiddos bring their products up. They have their cookies and cakes, and we've got our Ag Mechanics kiddos that want to sell their product that aren't taking it further than county or that built it just for county. So come out and support.
Class 1
spend
market
some money
goats.
with these
This
babies
is your first
and
call.
support
First
these
call,
kiddos.
Class
After
1
that, we'll
market
start
goats.
working into our social hour before our buyer's reception. And then 6 o'clock, we'll start our sale. So when it comes to our sale, we just want to come out and show these kids how much we appreciate them, get this some money for as they go on through life and their projects and their further education. So come out and see us and support us tomorrow night at 6 o'clock for our stock show sale.
Let's give this senior group a round of applause. I think the two in the blue here sort to the top, and I think from there, it's in terms of efficiency and head and neck placement that sort of young man's gonna win. Good job.
And your senior showmanship award goes to Quattro Lady.
This is my son.
Oh, yeah, we met.
Yeah, we met.
So we're gonna go load.
Sitting over there talking with his wife, and we found out we had Bob Cross, so we're,
Oh, yeah.
you need Bob.
Really?
My teacher class.
That's one of the best.
All right, we're going to bring these three winners back in here. So we've done our seniors, which is our 9th grade to 12th grade, or our seniors. And then we are going to bring in the overall. We're going to bring everybody back for the overall drive.
No, we did know a few people. Sale every year, and it's still some of the same
Man, I think it's close, and I think all three kids do an exceptional job. I think when sort from there, I think there's some differences. Obviously, the youngest division, like him to have a little bit more control, and I think the boy on the end also does an exceptional job in terms of hand placement, how that neck sits in that sheep. 2 times, I went to check the front view. You didn't show me the front view. Young boy out of the first division is going to win.
The overall showmanship winner is awarded to Slayton Nauman. Our next event we start with will be our market goats. We'll be ready to start with them just shortly. Our first class of market goats, we actually will be working these goats in different divisions today. We have 3 divisions. We will have a champion and a reserve champion in each division.
All right, guys.
Hi, my name is Hunter Bradley, and I've been involved in the Mason Stock Show since I was about 7 years old. My favorite part about the stock show is the actual sale and getting to see all the members of the community come out and help us and pay for our future. Also, in doing all this with the stock show, it's led me to my career path in animal science, and I'll see you at the stock show.
Hi, my name is Kimbria. I've been showing since I was 7 years old. I show sheep, and I love that the community comes out and supports us in what we love doing. My dad showed pigs growing up. See you at the Mason Stock Show.
Hi, my name is Regan Evans. I've been showing pigs at the Mason County Livestock Show since I was 7 years old. My favorite part about stock show is the memories that you get to make with all your friends and the experiences you have. See you at the stock show.
My name is Walker Ince. I'm a senior in high school. I've been showing in the Mason County Livestock Show since I was about 5 years old. I've been showing goats. My favorite experience I've had with the livestock show is in about 2nd grade when I was allowed to steal my brother's goat and get reserve in the class. I've been showing goats for most of my life and throughout my brother's life, so I was able to start young, and it was my uncle that brought us into showing. He got us into showing goats, lambs, and chickens, which we went and showed at some of the major shows with. See you at the Mason County Stock Show.
Hello, my name is Emma McCrae. I started off showing pigs when I was about 7 years old. Then I switched to goats in 5th grade, and I have also since then been involved in AgMech contests and the food show. I've really enjoyed all these experiences and have gained a lot of knowledge from all of this. This has really helped and prepared me for college. I'll be going next fall to A&M under Forensic and Investigative Sciences major. See you at the stock show.
Hi, I'm Carlton Schmidt. I've been showing goats in the Mason County Livestock Show since I was 7 years old. One of my favorite things about showing is getting to see all the hard work that we do with the goats pay off in all the shows, and getting to go to all the shows with my friends and get that experience. I plan to go to Texas A&M University and major in agricultural economics and kind of follow through with my agricultural background and family history, and hope to see how that can help me in the future. See you at the Mason Stock Show.
So we are back, guys, with our first goat class. So we are having 3 divisions. We're doing our divisions by weight. So we're going to have the first division from 44 pounds to 75 pounds. The first class in this division is ranging from 44 pounds to 56 pounds. Let's see how Mr. Morgan feels about this class. But we will have 3 division champions, and then we'll go for the overall.
He was trying to get that mustache.
Anything he can grab.
Good class to start out our goat show, and young lady's doe kid that comes out and wins, I think wins pretty easily in my mind, where she is very young and immature and green, but that one has a lot of quality and good about her. That doe was made really neat from a balance standpoint, super good in terms of extension up front. She's heavy boned, she's big footed, she's one that's sound on her feet and legs, and she certainly shows the most evidence of muscle and shape on the top side of her skeleton. She's set the widest through her pins. I think she was a comfortable player, very comfortable place to start. Second comes in whether that you appreciate the elevation at the point of that one's shoulders, the extension that one offers, and yet he's still one that handles with some shape of muscle up to the top side there. He wants to roll out of his hip just a little bit for me. I like to straighten him up and give him more flex out of his pasturing when he goes at his hock, and pasturing as he goes at times, but still one that he appreciates the look and the quality that he offers up to the front third of his skeleton. Young lady's one that comes in next. I like that one from a roundness standpoint to the center of that one's skeleton. That one still has some extension up front. That one to me gets a little bit flatter through the lower part of her leg. That one wants to roll out of her hip just a little bit for me in relation to the ones that goes out ahead of her. The painted side weather that comes in next is one that you really like the elevation at the point of that one's shoulders. That one's really long bodied, really extended, make neat up through the front end. That doe just needs to be opened up with more width through her chest. She needs to have more structural width in the center of her body. Good job. Finishing up here is a goat that comes in, a doe that's certainly the most green and immature in class, a doe that probably gives up the most in terms of weight and performance as well. I like her balance, I like her design, a doe that just needs more truer in terms of pounds and muscle and product there to be more competitive.
Class 3 market goats, please make your way to the holding area. Class 3 market goats.
Results for our first class of market goats. 5th place, we have Melanie Hearn. In 4th place, Kenzie McGee. 3rd place, Mackenzie Cruzy. 2nd place, Lexi Moak. In 1st place, class winner, Ruth Hudson.
Our second class of market goats entering the ring right now. We have 5 exhibitors in this class. Lila Hatfield exhibiting a goat weighing 61 pounds. Bailey Hearn with a goat weighing also 61 pounds. Ava McCrae with a market goat weighing 61 pounds. Lexi Mott with a goat weighing 62 pounds. And Marina Parker exhibiting a goat weighing 63 pounds. Marina Parker.
think another easy winner in this class, and a whether that's certainly the best in terms of his handling qualities, and that's just, I think he excels his contemporaries as well, and just in terms of his balance, the way he blends together. He's the widest in terms of his skeletal makeup. He's certainly the heaviest muscle. He comes in the most attractive package. Young lady that comes in next, a doe that you really like in terms of extension. That one's tall fronted. I think that one you appreciate in terms of width through the center of that one's skeleton. You round up her top, round through the center of her body. She has some shape and muscle from shoulder to hip. Certainly like to pick her up in her tail head just a little bit and level her up and maybe give her a shot more muscle down through the lower part of her leg. But she's stout featured, round bodied, and certainly has some skeletal structural width. Young ladies comes in next there, a long bodied, extended weather, really long and neat through his front end. He's super flat, angular through his shoulder, wants to run uphill in the right direction. He stands on some circumference of bone. He's got some foot size underneath him that you really appreciate, but at the same time, that one just gets too narrow constructed, too flat in his rib for me to contend with the ones ahead of him. A lot of that can be said for the one that comes in behind him. That one's another long-bodied, extended one that's pretty extreme just in terms of the way his shoulder's made. He's long-necked. He's clean up through his front end. One that just gives up in terms of internal dimension. He's too narrow gauge for me when I study him down through his chest floor and as he goes away from me. The one that comes in next, a whether that probably has a little more advantage in terms of width to the center of his body, a whether that he'd like to change in terms of his feet and legs. He wants to get a little straighter out of both ends, a whether that might like to change in his top line as well, smooth him up as he goes in terms of the way he balances from front to rear. Congratulations, though, on a good class.
The placing of the exhibitors in the second class of market goats. Fifth place exhibited by Marina Parker. Fourth place exhibited by Ava McRae. Third place goat exhibited by Lexi Mott. Second place exhibited by Bailey Hearn, and class winner exhibited by Lila Hatfield.
Exhibitors in our third class of market goats: Kira McRae with the goat weighing 66 pounds, Colson Catrisi with the goat weighing 70 pounds, Hank Hudson with the goat weighing 74 pounds, Ruth Hudson with the goat weighing 74 pounds, and Caden Klingelheffer with the goat weighing 75 pounds.
In our third class of market goats, this is our lightweight division, we'll call it, Division 1. These goats ranging from 66 pounds to 75 pounds. We will see where Brandon puts these kiddos, and we'll bring our three first place kiddos in, and we'll get the champion for the lightweight division market goats just here in a minute.
First call, Class 4 market goats.
Good class of goats here, and I think really a nice pair of them on the top end, a pair of doe kids that offer a tremendous amount of quality. Young man's doe that leads off, I think, of the pair. She's just so much more massive just in terms of shape and her handling qualities. one that's really round to the center of her skeleton. She's busted open underneath at her chest floor and kind of leaves you with that same added width and advantage. Then when you look at her off to the side, one that still balances well. She's proportional. I think a really nice female to lead off our class here. The black-headed doe that's going to be next, probably a little bit better in terms of her shoulder and the way it's laid in her, maybe a little bit better down to, in terms of her chest floor. A doe that certainly doesn't disappoint you in muscle shape as well. She's not as pulled apart. She's not as open to the center of her skeleton. She's not as expressively up high as we see our class winner, but another really good female in this class. Young man's weather that's going to be next. He's stout at the ground. He's big-footed, heavy bone. You really have to appreciate that about him. One that still has some shape and muscle. I think when you get in and you study that individual in relation to the two females that go out ahead of him, he wants to flatten up through his forerib. He gets to be the narrowest through his center of these initial trio. I think the pair of goats on 4th and 5 down there are very similar. A doe kid in 4th that's tall-fronted, long-bodied. A doe that needs to have more to her. I think she's a little bit bolder to the center of her skeleton than as her 5th place wether. 5th place wether is really tall-fronted, long-bodied, and really heavy bone. Just needs more power, more dimension, and product to be more competitive.
Results for our 3rd class of market goats. In 5th place, Colson Cretrucci. In 4th place, Kira McCrae. In 3rd place, Caden Klingelheffer. In 2nd place, Ruth Hudson. In 1st place, class winner, Hank Hudson. We're going to go ahead and do our Division 1 for our goats, champion and reserve champion. In the 1st class, we have Ruth Hudson with our 1st place goat there. In the 2nd class, we had Lila Hatfield with her 1st place goat. In the 3rd class, we're going to have Hank Hudson with his 1st place goat. In the 1st class, we're also going to bring out our 2nd place, which is Lexi Moak. We're also going to have our 2nd place from the 2nd class, Bailey Hearn. And our 2nd place from the 3rd class, Ruth Hudson.
All right, so we've got Ruth Hudson's goat being shown by Libby Hudson, right there at the 1st place in the lightweight class at 52 pounds, followed by Layla Hatfield at 61 pounds, and then brother Hank Hudson's in the ring with a 74-pound goat, and this is our lighter weight Division 1 drive.
Really good division to start out our goat show and bring these 6 individuals back and certainly offer some quality about them. They're certainly not cut out of the same mold. I think when you look at them, you appreciate a lot of good that they have. A lot of them very immature and have better days ahead of them. But I think that there's 2 that really sort out in my mind. I think that set themselves apart. Both of them just really good in terms of their handle and their shape and muscle. They balance really good. That's the 2 that come out of our last class. Congratulations to those 2 exhibitors.
Our reserve champion and champion from our 1st division is going to be, our reserve champion is going to be Ruth Hudson, and our champion is going to be Hank Hudson.
exhibitors in our second division. We have 6 goats entered in this division. Libby Hudson with a goat weighing 76 pounds. Sawyer Shaw with a goat weighing 77 pounds. Brooke Clock with a goat weighing 78 pounds. Hudson Contrusi with a goat weighing 78 pounds. Adeline Cummings with a goat weighing 79 pounds. And Brooke Clock also has a goat weighing 80 pounds.
First call, Class 5 market goats. Class 5 market goats.
We're working on our first class of our middleweight divisions. In this class, for 76 pounds to 80 pounds. We've got 3 classes total in this kind of middleweight division 2. We'll give Mr. Brandon Morgan a chance to sort through these guys and see where we land.
Good class here. I think a nice pair of them on the top end. Very competitive. I see the young lady's weather that leads off. There's just more to that one, just in terms of internal dimension. He certainly meets your hand square, more muscular tone down the top side there. He's wider, more powerful when you study him down to his hip and the lower part of his leg. He certainly doesn't lose out from a balance standpoint, as he's very symmetrical in his design, still put together well, and certainly offers some substance of bone and some feature when you look at him from this view. Young lady's painted weather that's going to be next. That is the most attractive one from the side, just in terms of his build. I like the elevation up front. I like the extension that he offers. He's made correct out through his hip. He's got good tone and muscle in terms of shape there. He's just not nearly as pulled apart, not nearly as massive in terms of just overall width and dimension as we see our class winner, but a really nice weather to stand second in our class. Young lady's weather that's going to be next, another one that's structured, long-bodied, a weather that stands on some bone and some substance there. He's good in his feature, a weather that's still round in the center of his skeleton, a wether to me that wants to get a little bit coarser up front, a little deeper in his chest. He's not as powerful out through his hip and lower leg as we see the two goats that go out ahead of him. Next coming in is we have one that you like in terms of his overall dimension of bone and foot size and ruggedness in that individual. He's stout at the ground. He certainly opens up with some width and some thickness to the center of his body. That one gets a little bit rougher up to the top side of his skeleton just in terms of his lines. He's a little looser hided and just doesn't handle with quite that firm, crisp shape that we see in some of the ones that go out ahead of him. Next, we got one that comes in, and we appreciate the skeletal extension of this wether, one that's extra tall fronted and extra long bodied. He gives up too much in terms of width and to the center of his skeleton. He gets a little flatter in that forerib. A lot can be said for the young man's solid color wether that comes in next. A tall fronted, extended individual, really good looking from the side. It's just when I study him down low as we progress to the surface, he wants to get more refined in his features. He needs more shot, more muscle all the way through.
Placings in our first class of Division II of our market goats. Sixth place exhibitor, Hudson Contrusi. Fifth place awarded to Brooke Clock. Fourth place exhibited by Adeline Cummings. Third place exhibited by Sawyer Shaw. Second place goat exhibited by Livy Hudson. And class winner owned by Brooke Clock.
In our fifth class of market goats, Bronte Jennings exhibiting a goat weighing 81 pounds. Emma McCrae exhibiting a goat weighing 82 pounds. Lila Hatfield's exhibiting a goat weighing 83 pounds. Walker Ince is exhibiting a goat weighing 83 pounds. Parker Tenney is exhibiting a goat weighing 85 pounds. And Livy Hudson's exhibiting a goat weighing 85 pounds.
First call, Class 6 market goats. Class 6 market goats, first call.
So we are right in the middle of the market goats, middleweight in the middleweight class. These goats are ranging from 81 to 85 pounds. Got a pretty good tight class.
good class. Really, we get in here a lot of depth. Probably one of the deepest classes that we've had, just in terms of depth from top to bottom. And then we get in and we study these initial trio here. I think the one that really sorts out in my mind is the one that wins. And I think when you study that, it's that one from his basic build from the ground up. You just talk about his feet and legs and where they are and the amount of substance and feature that he offers. And then when you handle him, that one is the most expressive. He's the most pulled apart to the center of his body. He offers the most shape and dimension up high, and then he matches that when you get out and study him going away from you. He's set the widest at his pins, and he doesn't sacrifice any balance to go along with it. I think a really nice weather to lead off. Young lady's doe kid is going to be next. One that's really tall at the point of her shoulders. I like the extension that she gives you. Beautiful, and just in terms of her balance from the side. She's good in her lines. Made very good out to her hip in terms of how correct she is there. A doe that doesn't disappoint you again in terms of muscle shape from shoulder to hip. A doe, if I'm going to compare her back to my class winner, she's a little more refined in her features. She's maybe not as opened up to the center of her body, and she's certainly not as powerful going away, particularly through the lower part of her leg. The doe that comes in next, one that's really exotic and neat looking through the front end, the way her shoulders laid in her and her chest floor is really tucked up in her good. Doe that kind of surprises me a little bit. I thought she didn't know how much muscle she'd have, and you get your hands on her, and there's good shape of muscle up high in that one. She really squares up good out through from her loin edge back. One that maybe rolls out of her hip just a little bit, maybe want to stouten her up just a little bit underneath. I'd like to maybe give her just a notch more chest width and see her track a little bit wider and truer going away from me, but a nice doe in her own right to stand third in this class. Young man's weather that's going to be fourth. I appreciate that one for the width and the thickness that he offers, particularly out of his hip and to the lower part of his leg. Whether that you appreciate the extension up to the front third of his skeleton, it's there in the middle maybe where I want to be critical of him. He wants to break in his top line a little bit. He's a little bit more refined in his bone. He wants to get a little softer in his pasterns as well. As we move on in class, the next one comes in. Everyone that's really big in terms of their feature and heavy bone, big-footed, whether you really like that about it. Whether it's a little more nondescript, just in terms of muscle shape. I'd like to give him more expression over his rack and shape him up over his loin to match that width that he has and the substance of bone and feature that he offers. Young ladies coming in next and fifth here. I like this weather in terms of his overall extension and length through his front end. A weather that's very level in his top line. He's correct out of his hip and good on his hind leg. A weather that just gives up the most in terms of internal dimension. He is the narrowest gauge, the lightest muscle of these five.
Results for our fifth class of market goats. In sixth place, Emma McCrae. In fifth place, Parker Tenney. In fourth place, Walker Ince. In third place, Bronx Jennings. In second place, Livy Hudson. And in first place, Layla Hatfield. For our sixth class of market goats, we have Parker Tenney exhibiting a market goat weighing 86 pounds, Kinsley McGee exhibiting a goat weighing 87 pounds, Emerson Contrusi exhibiting a goat weighing 88 pounds, and Quattro Beatty exhibiting a goat weighing 89 pounds.
All right, so last class in our medium weight division 2, 4 kiddos here. The way the breaks fell, 86 pounds to 89 pounds. Got Quattro there in the blue shirt. Emerson Contrusi there on the end in the sweater. We've got Kinsley McGee and Parker Tenney. Parker's in the green and Kinsley's in the purple plaid.
good class, and I think a good class that lines up pretty easy in my mind. Young man's Weather that leads off, I think, does pretty handily. That Weather offers a tremendous amount of shape and substance to him. One that's really open to the center of his body. That one's stout in terms of his bone and his features. He's fresh in his handle, really, really wide across the edges of his loin, and explodes out into a big hip. A nice Weather to lead off. Young lady's Doe Kid is certainly not one to shake your head at either. I like that one in terms of her roundness to the center of that one's skeleton. I like that one's length of body. I like that one's feature and substance as it goes down low. I think that one, to me, when you compare it to our class winner, just a little bit coarser, deeper in her chest, maybe just not quite as attractive in terms of her makeup up to the front third of that one's body in relation to the one that goes out ahead of him. Weather that comes in next, the one that's taller fronted, he's longer bodied Weather it's really tight in his hide and he's firm down the top side of his skeleton. A Weather to me that wants to flatten up to the center of his rib there. He needs a shot more power down to the lower part of his leg. The doe that comes in behind him, one that's a big bodied and wide to the center of their skeleton, one that opens up with some width to her chest floor. A doe that just needs to be better in terms of her balance. She wants to roll out of both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to just change her in her top line as well. But a good class. Congratulations to all these kids.
Whatever it is you wrangle, whatever seeds you sow, no matter what you nurture or what you choose to grow, at Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, we're proud to protect all Texans.
Division II Market Goats. From the first class, we're going to bring the first and second places from each of the classes. For the first class, Brooke Clock and Livy Hudson is going to come for the Champion Division II drive. From the second class, Layla Hatfield and Livy Hudson. In the third class, Quattro Beatty and Parker Tenney.
First call, Class 7 Market Goats. First call, Class 7 Market Goats.
We certainly stepped up our heat and just in terms of depth in this division, and I think you get out here and there's 6 quality individuals, and I think it really boils down to a couple here on this front line that really sort themselves out. I think they both balance extremely well. I think they're put together good in terms of their structural design and the way they go in motion. I think just the difference is just one has much more to them just in terms of internal dimension, mass, and thickness. Young man wins our last class is going to be our champion. Congratulations to him. Young lady there right here in the middle is going to be reserved. Good job to those.
Results for our Division II Market Goats. Our reserve champion Division II is Layla Hatfield, and our champion Division II is Quattro Beatty.
We're getting close to the end of the market animal show and breeding show for 2025. We have 3 more classes of market goats to exhibit in our first group. In our class 3, we have 4 animals in this class. Parker Tinney with a goat weighing 95 pounds. Caden Klingelheffer with a goat weighing 97 pounds. Hank Hudson exhibiting a market goat weighing 97 pounds. And Hector Lopez with a goat weighing 98 pounds. I'd like to remind you, after we finish the goat show, our judge will evaluate the first and second place goats. That's after we fix picking the division champions and the breed champions. And then this afternoon, I believe it's 6 o'clock, Rayanne, is that correct? 6 o'clock, we'll have the showing for the grand reserve of all the species down on the west side of the square between the courthouse and the commercial bank and the Odeon Theater.
First call, Class 8 market goats. First call, Class 8 market goats.
So we are wrapping up our heavyweights on our market goats. This is our Division 3 or heavyweights. Parker Tinney has a goat weighing 95 pounds. Next we go to Hector Lopez with a goat weighing 98 pounds. Next is Caden Klingelheffer with a goat weighing 97 pounds, and Hank Hudson with one at 97 pounds as well. Let's see how Mr. Morgan's going to place these guys. We're going to go bottom to top. Again, this is the first of 3 classes in the heavyweight division. The next class has 4 as well, and the last class has 5 total. So then we work on our championship of the heavyweight and pull everybody back in for the overall. Of course, overall will not be determined here, but we'll all see you guys at the square at 6 o'clock so we can do all of our grand champion drive on the square for our 100-year anniversary celebration.
Good class. I think it's challenging. There's certainly a lot of differences out here, and I think we're just a person that has to lay their priorities. I think this one that leads off, though, I think he does it from a balance standpoint again, and I've talked to that all throughout the 2 days and how these things need to blend and be smooth and be correct on their feet and legs, and I think that he does that to the highest degree in this class. He's one that is made right in his shoulder, and he's good in his lines. He's correct out of his hip. He offers some substance and some feature to him when you study him down low. And then when I get my hands on him, he's the truest and the squarest on the top side of his skeleton. And I think he opens up the most natural shape and muscle of any of them in class. Young man's doe that's going to be next. I like that one in terms of that one just a length of body, and that one's stout at the features. That one is really opened up through her chest floor. When I get my hands on that one surprisingly got a lot more shape than I thought she would have, and she squares up good out to the top of her hip. Maybe want to give her a shot more muscle down low. Maybe just trim her up just a little bit in terms of her underline and her belly there. Tighten her up all the way through, but a nice female to lead off and be second in this class. The young man's doe that's going to be third, kind of the same thing. I like that doe in terms of her shape, up muscle up high. That doe handles good. A doe that's still elevated at the point of her shoulders. A doe I like to just change her from her hip back. She wants to roll out of her hip just a little bit for me. I'd like to give her a shot more muscle down low as she goes away. And the young man's wether that's going to be fourth, a taller fronted one that is certainly made smoother in her blade. And that one's neater up through his front 1/3. That one just gives out of gas when you just talk about sheer power and muscle and product when you study him from behind. But a nice class here. Congratulations to these kids.
Placings in our first class in Division 3. Fourth place exhibited by Caden Klingelheffer. Third place animal exhibited by Hank Hudson. Second place exhibitor Hector Lopez, and class winner Parker Tinney. We'd like to remind you again this afternoon at 6 o'clock we're going to have the Grand Champion Drive on the square, and the stock show's still going on tomorrow. Don't forget it. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. we will have the food and nutrition interviews. The Ag Mechanics Show starts right out here at 9 a.m. Tomorrow afternoon in here at 4 p.m. will be the buyer's reception along with the general store, and the premium sale will begin in here at 6 p.m.
In our Class 8 of market goats, we have Walker Incy, weighing 101 pounds. Camille Schmidt, with a goat weighing 101 pounds. Jackson Catrucci with a goat weighing 102 pounds. And Mason Perkins with a goat weighing 105 pounds.
First call, Class 9 market goats. First call, Class 9 market goats.
I think he gets close here in this top pair, a nice pair of them to select from. I think the young man's goat, when you study that one through the front third of his body, that one's chest floor is better. I think he's neater in his shoulder. He's one that's really tall at the point of his shoulders. You get up on top of him, he's really got an expressive rack, and he just gets wider as he goes back. Really good in terms of his posture of his hip and hind leg. A nice kind of weather. The balance is really good to lead off our class. Young lady's weather that's going to be second. I think that one probably has the advantage in just terms of shape and freshness up high. He's probably handles wider from loin edge to loin edge in relation to our class winner. I think he's one that maybe gets a little bit flatter in his side there, gets a little bit deeper, maybe more than anything through his rib and his forerib there. It just takes away from the attractiveness compared to that class winning weather. Young man's going to be third here. A big kind of goat there that's tall fronted and long bodied and extremely heavy bone. That one just gets rounder out of both ends of their skeleton. It needs a shot more muscle and more power when you get in behind that one. The doe that's going to come in fourth there, a doe that you appreciate the width and the skeletal dimension to the center of her body, a doe that just gets round to me out of her hip. She needs to be better in terms of mating up through her front end. I'd like to improve her just in terms of her balance and how she blends. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results for Class 8 market goats. In fourth place, Jackson Catrucci. In third place, Mason Perkins. In second place, Camille Schmidt. And in first place, class winner, Walker Ants.
We bring in the heaviest of the heavyweight Division 3. Just want to give a big shout out to Jackrabbit Studios. If y'all are somewhere that y'all can comment on this post, show them how much you appreciate them. I mean, since we started this, it's improved dramatically as far as what we have camera-wise.
Exhibitors coming in the ring
and it is really handy to have all this so we can watch this from home. So if y'all got a chance, comment, like it, show this guy how much you appreciate him. And again, thank you for Kyle and Rachel from Jackrabbit Studios.
109 pounds. Jackson Contrusi with a goat weighing 109 pounds. Cass Dutton with a goat weighing 121 pounds. And Carlton Schmidt with a goat weighing 125 pounds.
As we finish up here in our heavyweight goats, young man's goat that leads off, I just think really kind of overpowers him out of here from a freshness standpoint and also in terms of shape and power and muscle. He's easily the most expressive on the top side of his skeleton. He works his way back to a big, powerful hip. He's round to the center of his body. And then to still be at this size, he still has his shoulder blade in him good and still balance as well from the side. Young man's weather that's going to be next, really heavy bone and big-footed and rugged in his design. A weather that's still really trim and in terms of his cutability, and you like that about him. I like when I get my hands on him and overall shape of muscle that he offers. There's just not as much to him in terms of internal dimension and rib shape as we see in the weather that goes out and leads off our class. The red goat that's going to be third here, really expressive up high, one that's round to the center of his body. A goat I'd like to change out of his hip and hind leg. He wants to roll out of his hip. He just gets too straight in his hock and needs to be more flexible when he goes. Excuse me, the doe that's going to be fourth here, a longer body kind of female that's got some depth and some substance to her. A doe that gets a little bit plainer in terms of her look. She needs a shot more natural power and shape up high. A lot of that can be said for the weather that's going to be fifth here. One that just gives up in terms of balance and his look in relation to the ones that go out ahead of him. Congratulations, though, on a good class.
You can also ask. Hey guys, again, quick reminder. It's going to be hard to get up to the square, right? Because we're going to have a lot of folks coming up there. So get there a little early. Come hang out with us at the Gatling Gun
Placings
Saloon.
in our final class of market.
We will be having a little social hour up there, give some people some places to hang out until we get to our grand drive. So come up and see us at 4 o'clock before our grand drive at 6, right there between the Gatling Gun Saloon and the Mason County Courthouse. Come see us, hang out.
Blue ribbon winner exhibited by Carlton Schmidt.
All right, now we're having Parker Tinney, Walker Ince, and Cotton Schmidt come back in. These are our first place winners. They'll be followed by their second place class winners, and we will do our heavyweight division champion. Hang tight with us while we get these kiddos in, and we'll get them pointed out.
Goats entering the class now to show for champion of Division 3. First place winner in the lightweight class, Parker Tinney. Middleweight class was exhibited by Walker Ince, and the heavyweight goat was exhibited by Carlton Schmidt. Second place in the lightweight goat exhibited by Hector Lopez, and the middleweight goat exhibited by Camille Schmidt, and the heavyweight goat exhibited by Cash Dutton. I've been asked to remind you folks, if you have a concession stand tab, please settle up. These ladies want your money, so settle up with them if you will today. Thank you.
For those just tuning in, again, we're doing our heavyweight champion Division 3. And then we'll pull all of our division champions back in for our overall. The judge will take a look at them. No decisions made here. But we will be right back with you on the square at 6 o'clock. But hang tight with us for a few more classes. And that's wrapping up the inside of the arena version of the 100th annual Mason County Stock Show.
Tough decision, I think, when we get out here in our heavyweight goat drive. 6 individuals that offer some quality and some good about them, yet there's certainly little differences. And when you get into goats these big, I think you struggle with freshness and things, but I think all of these are good in terms of their shape. They're fresh to the touch when you handle them. And so my compliments to these kids for taking care of them. And I know that's a chore, keeping them at this size and still keeping them fresh the way they are and things. And so a good job from that standpoint. I really think when you get out here and you sort through, there's a pair of them to me, maybe a little differing in kind, but I think that they sort up for me as the two that surfaced for me. The young man that wins our last class, he's going to be our champion here. Congratulations to him. Young man that wins this class here will be reserved. Congratulations, both of them.
Class winner exhibited by Carlton Schmidt, and reserve champion of Division 3 exhibited by Walker Ince.
Well, we have a quick minute. Let's go back into our goat buckles and banners. We appreciate all these sponsors that came in to chip in on our goat buckles and banners. Our grand champion meat goat buckle, donated by Joe David Yates and Associates. Grand champion market goat banner, 9 Bar Landon Cattle, Campbell Ranch, Tim and Helen Dockall. Reserve grand champion market goat buckle is 34 Garage. Reserve grand champion market goat banner, Mason County Southwest Soil and Water Conservation District. Champion junior goat showmanship, intermediate, senior, and overall champion showmanship buckles are all donated by Stock Show Secrets. Thank you very much for the people who are sponsored. Also, take a look around. You've seen these guys in the background and in the ring. We appreciate all the parents that helped put this together. You've got a big group of people working to make this stock show happen, and they appreciate you being here for these kiddos.
Exhibitors coming in the ring to show for champion and reserve champion of our market goat show. Winner in Division 1, Hank Hudson. Reserve champion in that division was Ruth Hudson. Winner of Division 2, Quattro Beatty. And reserve champion in Division 2 was Lala Hatfield. In Division 3, the winner was Carlton Schmidt, and the reserve in that division, Walker Ince.
Junior goat showmanship, grades K through 3. Please make your way to the holding area. Junior goat showmanship.
All right, as we look over all these first place division champions, remember the grand drive will not be determined right here. The judge is definitely making a good decision in his head right now. We're going to get all these kids loaded up, get them taken up to the square. Join us in just about an hour at Gatling Gun Saloon for a social before. So get there early, get a good parking spot, come hang out with us. And then at 6 o'clock, we will do the grand drive on the square to fully celebrate this 100 years of the Mason County Stock Show. We appreciate you guys. Let's see what Brandon has to say.
Well, as we wrap up here on our goat show and get ready for the evening, it's certainly been a great show, just like we've had in the other species. The quality's been tremendous. The quality of these youth is even better, and so I appreciate that as a judge, as a parent, as an ag teacher, just the quality of your youth that you have here in your county and your community is bar none unmatched, and so I really appreciate that. It's been a great time. I really look forward to tonight. Congratulations to you guys once again. Let's congratulate all of the goat showers for a job well done. Wish you guys the best of luck tonight.
Thank you again, Brandon Morgan, and let's give our judge a hand. He's done a great job for the last 2 days with these kids here. Thank you again, Brandon. See you tonight.
This is final call for Junior Goat Showmanship. If you're participating, please come to the holding area. Junior Goat Showmanship.
All right, guys, we're getting our juniors ready for our GOAT Junior Champion Showmanship. Remember, that's going to be our kindergarten through 3rd grade. We're going to have these guys in here first. Little guys working big animals. It's always fun to watch. And we do appreciate Stock Show Secrets for all of our awards. Stock Show Secrets did all of our buckles for the junior, intermediate, and
Quick
senior
reminder, if
showmanship.
you haven't turned in your sales bill.
And then we would like to again say we'll see you in an hour up at the square. And then at 6 o'clock we'll do the grand drive, guys. We really appreciate you all being with us. We appreciate the support for all of these kiddos. We look forward to seeing you here. We look forward to seeing you here tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Come to our show and see what we've got for sale over here with these kiddos. Support these kiddos that have the baked goods in the general store. Come over here tomorrow and see their ag mechanics projects. They'll be up here all day tomorrow. And then last but not least, come up here and bid on these animals, bid on these kiddos. You know, come support these kids financially and show them how much you appreciate them. We've got a lot of good kids. Let's take a look at these juniors. Y'all have a good night. If I don't talk to you personally, and thank you again for watching. See you guys all out at the square at 6 o'clock.
First call for intermediate goat showmanship, grades 4 through 8. Please make your way to the holding area. Intermediate goat showmanship.
Y'all follow me, okay? Follow me. Get the half a lap or a full lap? Full lap.
Stop over there. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I think it's close. I think they all do an exceptional job. For me, it's the lady up front, the young man in the center that stand out in terms of when I handle the goat, when they move. From there, I think the boy in the center is going to win. He just got better a little more as he went. He set those back feet. I like to think how he's got that goat's head and neck. And the goat's a little stretched out right now, but I thought he was just a little bit more consistent than the young lady up front, but everybody did a great job. Give him a round of applause.
Winner of your junior showmanship, Mason Perkins.
Final call for intermediate goat showmanship, grades 4 through 8. First call for senior goat showmanship, grades 9 through 12. First call, senior goat showmanship.
Another really good class. I think for me it sorts down to the two girls on the end, and from there I'm going to use the girl in the blue. I just think in terms of posture, hand placement, and her stance, she does the best job. Really good group of kids. Give them a round of applause.
champion intermediate showman, Layla Hatfield.
Well, a great group of seniors, and how I was raised, when you get to this age, you should be able to go back and set the feet. And I think that's what sorts it between the two in pink here. Young man's gonna win. He took the time, went down and set that goat's feet, and that's what separated him. Good job.
Champion Senior Showmanship Award goes to Walker Ince. make the showmanship for our goat show. Let's put our hands together and thank Raylyn for working with our kids again this year. We appreciate you very much, the job you've done. Thank you. Goat exhibitors coming in to compete for champion overall goat showmanship. Our junior showmanship winner, Mason Birkin. The intermediate showmanship winner, Layla Hatfield. And senior showmanship winner, Walker Inns.
Let's give these kids a big round of applause. Before I tell you who the champion is, let's also give the staff a huge round of applause on the last couple days. I appreciate the opportunity. My husband and I love Mason, Texas, so we're always looking forward to coming and spending more time down here. Kids, I want to leave you with 3 things. Work hard. Life isn't fair. Second, make sure you tell your parents, your grandparents, your ag teachers, your county extension agents, thank you. It's a lot of work that goes into this, and it's a team effort. Thirdly, and the most important, make sure you have a relationship with our Lord and Savior. Faith is the only thing that matters at the end of the day. Keep that in mind. With that, I think there's one that excels in terms of posture, in terms of setting the goat up, in terms of intensity. Young man out of the senior division is going to win.
Congratulations to our overall goat showmanship winner, Walker Inns. You even made your big brother proud.
Thank you all for coming.